We're already on our fifth day of our deliberations of the Committee of the Whole with regards to resolution of both houses number 7. The chair would like to recognize now the floor leader for the update to our members. What is now our parliamentary status? Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, the parliamentary status of this measure is that we have convened as a committee of the whole, and we are deliberating on the proposed second amendment, which pertains to Article 14, education. Mr. Chair, allow us to acknowledge guests who are here with us today. Our resource persons, Attorney Omar Alexander Romero, Undersecretary for Legal and Legislative Affairs of DepEd, Attorney Cinderella Filipina Benitez Haro, Executive Director of CHED, Attorney Christine Carmina Manaog, Legal Counsel of the Coordinating Council of Private Educational Associations of the Philippines, Attorney Ana Maria D. Abad, Dean of the Adamson University College of Law, as well as Legal Counsel of the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, Ms. Angeline Marie Rodenas, Deputy Spokesperson, College Editors Guild of the Philippines, Mr. Lloyd Manango, Vice Chairperson, League of Filipino Students, Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum, Chairperson, Constitutional Reform and Rectification for Economic Competitiveness and Transformation, or the correct movement, Dr. Robin Michael Garcia, Visiting Scholar, University of Pennsylvania, and Assistant Professor, University of Asia and the Pacific, Dr. Victor Limlingan, a Fellow of the Foundation for Economic Freedom, Professor Solita Colas Monsod, Professor Emeritus of the UP School of Economics, Attorney Rudolph Reggie Hularbal, Legal Counsel of the Ad Standard Council, Mr. Yun Chong President of the Korean Chamber of Commerce, Philippines, and we have our generalist, Attorney Christian Monsod, former COMELEC Chairman, member of the 1986 Constitutional Commission, Mr. Orion Perez Dumdum, Attorney Van de la Cruz, Legal Counsel of the Parish Pastoral Council for Responsible Voting. Mr. Chairman, our ground rules state that resource persons will be given time to present their points, and it will be followed by the interpellation. However, Mr. Chairman, we have additional resource persons, in particular in relation to the proposed amendment on Article 14. With permission of the Chair and with permission of this August committee, may I move that we allow additional resource persons to present.
Okay, we will give the resource persons 3 minutes to issue their opening statements, after which we will now proceed to the interpellations of our members of the Committee of the Whole.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, may I appeal for 5 minutes, as this was the information we have given our resource persons?
Okay, 5 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I now move that we recognize Dr. Victor Limlingan, Fellow of the Foundation for Economic Freedom, who is joining us by Zoom.
The Chair would like to recognize Mr. Victor Limlingan, Foundation for Economic Freedom. Please proceed.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman. Honorable Chairman and committee members, we thank you for inviting us as resource person to the public hearing on the House resolution of both houses number 7. When it comes to education, the first and foremost consideration with respect to any issue should be the student. As we said, our students are among tunay. Dr. Milton Friedman, a famous economist, argued that students should be treated as consumers, free to choose the education they want from any accredited educational institutions. On the other hand, Henry Ford once famously said that Ford car buyers can choose any color they want so long as it is black. We might find this laughable, but this seems to be the policy of our public schools, where the curriculum and textbooks are all the same. Giving the students a choice becomes academic unless they have a variety of educational systems to choose from. This is done in the private school, but unfortunately not in the public school. For example, as a parent, I could choose to send my child to a traditional grade school or to a Montessori grade school. With the public schools, I have no choice. This is not the case with other educational systems in the world. In the United States, public schools are operated by school boards, which are part of the local government. Under this decentralized system, school boards provide a vast range of choices. A, the traditional public school. B, government subsidies such as school vouchers so students can study for free in different kinds of private schools. Charter schools, which are public schools managed by the private sector based on a charter of educational systems jointly agreed upon. Note that school vouchers are a critical factor in giving students a meaningful choice. If a poor student has to choose between a free public school and a for-pay private school, there really is no choice. As one private school president noted warily, it's hard to compete with free. It is in this slide that we present our position on Article 14, Section 4. Educational institutions other than those established by religious groups and mission boards shall be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporate organization or association, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizen. We are for allowing non-Filipino entities to operate schools in the Philippines. We understand that this provision has been placed due to national security consideration. If so, other safeguards can be placed by both our educational and national security agencies to take the place of this prohibition. For allowing non-Filipino educational entities to operate in the Philippines means more choices and opportunities for our students. We may note that the National Education Policy of India of 2020 promises higher education reforms in many areas, and internationalism is prominent among them. The NEP 2020 recommended allowing foreign universities ranked in the top 100 categories to operate in India. India's higher education collaboration with other countries will augment India's soft power, bringing new ideas and institutions from abroad and to show best practices in India. International branch campuses could function as a structurally different variant of India's private university. They would encourage competition mainly between existing private universities and foreign branches. In short, if Harvard University were to apply to put up a branch in the Philippines, they would not be allowed to do so under the present provisions of our Constitution. And so we must amend the provision in case our student be given the opportunity to study at the Philippine branch of the Harvard University. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share my views with the committee. Thank you.
Lord Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Professor Raul Fabella, Professor Emeritus of the UP School of Economics.
The Chair would like to recognize Professor Raul Pavella, Professor Emeritus of the UP School of Economics. Please proceed.
Via Zoom, Mr. Chair.
Good morning, Your Honors. I thank the leadership of the House and the RBH 7 Committee of the Whole for the invitation to share my humble reflection. I'm sorry that I cannot be with you physically and cannot stay too long because of previous engagements. I have one simple brief about the amendment to Section 4, Article 14, proposed in RBH 7 on education. I support the amendment modality and the philosophy behind the phrase unless provided for by law. This empowers the legislature of the moment to respond to exigencies of the moment, which power to respond is absent in the original Section 4, Article 14 of the 1987 Constitution. In other words, greater resilience, which is so important in our modern world. The framers of the 1987 Constitution did not seem to trust future lawmakers, present company included, to respond with wisdom and dispatch to changing future milieu in education, where a brave new world is fast unfolding. The addition of unless provided for by law makes changing rules and laws on education as well as in public utilities constitutional and not subject to the uncertainty of review by the Supreme Court. Thank you and good day.
Sir Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Attorney Christian Monsod, former chairperson of COMELEC.
The chair would like to recognize Attorney Christian Monsod. Please proceed.
How is it on? Yeah. Thank you. Thank you for inviting me. I'm asked to comment on the joint resolution number 7. What is the purpose of the amendments? I quote the President in an interview last January 23. The 1987 Constitution was not written for a globalized world. We have to admit it. If so, that we can increase the economic activity in the Philippines, we can attract more foreign investors. This is the same President who a year ago said, for me, all these things being talked about, we can do without changing the Constitution. The President is the chairman of NEDA, which came out in September 22 with the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028, approved by the President. It states that the country is open for business. I will not enumerate what they said, including all the laws and all the things that's been happening, so because you know that. I just want to say that in its 400 pages, there is no mention at all in the Philippine Development Plan of any charter change in the PDP, in the Philippine Development Plan 2023-2028 to fulfill its goals and programs. Moreover, none of the 73 billion of investment pledges secured by the President in his travels abroad, is there any condition for charter change? I'm told that some of these pledges are already being processed. Is the Constitution the problem? May I just take 2 minutes to tell you about what happened 4 years ago. In the case of Japanese manufacturing companies leaving China, who put Philippines as the destination number 4, behind Indonesia, Thailand, and Vietnam. When the Japanese Chamber of Commerce was asked why, since manufacturing is the Constitution, is allowed 100% foreign ownership, the final answer was, problem of country image, they said, which they tried to change but could not. And the big part of that image, corruption. Clearly, there is no need or requirement for charter change to implement the Philippine Development Plan or the investment pledges to the President. What then is the purpose of convening the Constituent Assembly to pass 3 provisions? What is so special about them that will address the so-called problem of restrictions against foreign direct investment? Briefly, on advertising, this is the answer of the advertising people on advertising. The inclusion of the advertising among industries covered by 70-30 foreign ownership stemmed from its mass media buying function that was part of the package offered by full service and services. The premise was that those with access to mass media like TV, radio, and newspapers, had the power to sway a nation's ethos. By 2000, the media department was unbundled from the creative and account management function, making it a separate business entity. At present, with the onslaught of social media, the industry is an early adopter, and once again, it has become essentially a digital agency. In other words, there is no need for amending that provision. Perhaps with regard to public utility, we already know that there is already a law. On education, I submit there is no need for an amendment at this time until the Congress has reviewed the report of the Second Congressional Commission on Education released a few weeks ago. It says we have an education crisis, but there is nothing in it but foreign holdings in our college and postgraduate school being a major part of the solution. The problem is in preschool, primary, and secondary. Incidentally, I am against the provision of unless otherwise provided by law provided in the proposal on Section 4, Basic 2. You might, excuse me, in view of the foregoing, why the priority and rush to amend these three economic provisions that are not that meaningful to economic growth and foreign direct investment? Is it part of a compromise between the Senate and the House with the blessing of the President for the discontinuance of the People's Initiative? Or as the saying goes, is this only the thin edge of the wedge that will later allow the real purpose to overhaul the Constitution, major revisions on the structure, an authoritarian constitution with more powers to the incumbents of government? I trust that the Senate will not allow this to happen. Instead of charter change, in conclusion, why not legislate the following? Number one, an anti-dynasty law, which is long overdue by 36 years. Number two, amend the party list system that politicians abuse with just 3 amendments, include an anti-dynasty provision. Number two, remove the limit of 3 congressmen from any party because it's a system of proportional representation. And third, deleting the phrase, and I quote, with a track record of advocacy, unquote, that enabled the Forbes Park resident to represent tricycle drivers. Instead, please review Republic Act 4090 by adding a provision that scholarships could be given directly to students as envisaged in Article 14, Section 3 of the Constitution, and it's the students who choose to go to school. In mining, a reform law is badly needed. Those proposed during the Duterte and Aquino administrations died in committee with a wink of the mining companies on transactional legislation. And number 4, on electoral reform, both on the quality of the process and the quality of the vote. Please look into the process of a hybrid system at the precinct level with respect to factors affecting the value of the vote. Once that devalue the vote, it's about money, the use of government money. And it is about the problem of firearms, 1 million unlicensed firearms. And please look into the alert study that 20 new private armies in Mindanao have been organized during the pandemic. And with that, Your Honors, I conclude my opening remarks. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Christian Monsod, former COMELEC Chair. Floor Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Dr. Robin Michael U. Garcia, visiting scholar, University of Pennsylvania, and assistant professor, University of Asia and the Pacific. So move, Mr. Chair.
The Chair would like to recognize Dr. Robin Michael Garcia. Please proceed.
Thank you. Magandang umaga po, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. I am a social scientist trained both here and abroad. I am also an academic, having lectured in the Philippines, at LaSalle and UP, and currently at UANP. And I have also lectured overseas, most recently at Boston University and at the University of Pennsylvania. My formal training is in public administration and political science, so my comments are based both on my role as an educator and as a social scientist in a developing country. Let me begin by saying that our higher education sector urgently needs to catch up with the rest of the world and the ASEAN. We do not have strong academic research capabilities in the country. Academic research is important because it can facilitate the creation of novel and brilliant ideas that will tackle the biggest and most important questions of the country. Indeed, it is a prominent idea in economic theory that innovation and novelty is the path towards economic development. There is also a lack of top professors and experts in the country. There are a lot of brilliant Filipinos, but we have not developed enough homegrown talents in the social and physical sciences. A program of successful countries like the US, Germany, or China is attracting experts and top specialists in their fields. The US is a strong country because they're able to attract the best in their universities. Our curricula and subjects that are being taught are also not updated or are incomplete. As such, the substance of the subjects and lessons are not at par globally. All of these problems are manifested in the fact that global university rankings of Filipino universities, we only have very few in the top 500, and we constantly rank at the bottom half of the 500 list, while emerging economies in Asia have surged to the top 50 and even to the top 10 of world global rankings, global university rankings. Dominant economies like the US, Japan, and Germany have concomitant strong education systems because business innovations are drawn from academic innovations. The most innovative economies in the world, therefore, have the strongest education systems. More importantly, one crucial variable in the success of a country is the creation of a strong state with a strong state capacity. And a strong state capacity includes attracting the best and the brightest in the government bureaucracy. The quality of your education system, therefore, directly affects the quality of your government. Asian countries such as Singapore and Japan have strong bureaucracies that are able to recruit the best and the brightest because they draw from their world-class universities that are consistently at the top 10 and top 20, not top 300, but top 10 and top 20 in the world. At least two founding fathers of the United States of America understood the role of education in creating a strong nation and a strong state. Benjamin Franklin, one of the foremost inventors and thinkers, is the founder of the University of Pennsylvania, one of the 8 private Ivy League universities in the US. While Thomas Jefferson founded the University of Virginia, one of the strongest public research universities in the US. Both Benjamin Franklin and Thomas Jefferson are two of the most revered founding fathers among all the founding fathers of the US. Founding fathers are those who wrote the US Constitution. And their legacy includes creating reputable higher education institutions. As such, I support, with some conditions, the proposal to liberalize the education sector in the Philippines because of the following reasons. First, the presence of reputable universities will attract the best professors and thinkers to the Philippines. Western and Asian universities have a strong reputation in supporting intellectuals, and a good education brand also enhances the prestige of the professors and therefore will invite them to come to the Philippines. the top thinkers would only want to work with top institutions. Second, the top institutions also have more access to capital for research activities. Filipino professors are perhaps one of the lowest paid and one of the lowest, has the lowest incentives for research. Being a professor in the Philippines and a researcher and a thinker or having the life of a mind is not the most viable profession in the Philippines. Third, the brand of world-class universities will also attract world-class students and will increase, therefore, the human capital of the Philippines, which therefore would strengthen the economy. Global universities also have a wider scientific network. The top universities are home to top thinkers, Nobel Prize winners, Johannes Prize winners in their respective fields, who local professors can access and can learn from. Finally, many Filipinos are now professors at top universities in the world. Some of them are my friends. These are our national treasures. These are physicists, biologists, social scientists, economists that we have lost to other countries such as Germany and the US. We have to get them back. We have to get them back home and grow our own talents. And because of this liberalization, it will induce competition for local universities and force them to innovate and compete globally. For all these reasons, we can say that liberalizing education, especially higher education, is a step in the right direction. We are in the midst of state building and nation building. Building a strong and prosperous state will depend on the quality of what we know and what we understand as a country. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize Mr. Yoon Chun-um, President of the Korean Chamber of Commerce.
The chair would like to recognize Mr. Hyun Chong-um, President, Korean Chamber of Commerce, Philippines. Please proceed.
Thank you, Chairman. I'm Hyun Chong-um, representing Korean Chamber. It's my honor to be here, first time in my life. I came here to speak in behalf of foreign community and myself. Well, there are three topics today, and basically, from foreign community, we welcome the liberalization or relaxing this your regulation, because now world is more globalized, and I think I'm originally from Korea, and even Korean student in the Philippines to learn, coming here to learn English. Before pandemic, it's 50,000 students, and I think in the education sector also, I think if it's more global standard and better facility and the system, together with, of course, Filipino talent teaching, and I think this will become more competitive, this country. And just like medical tourism, I think education tourism will be more promoted. And now I think the worldwide, every nation, the priorities are economic, better living. And I think more foreigners coming here to invest and study, I think that will benefit the country. That also covers the I think advertising and the public service. I think we made also a statement from JFC, Joint Foreign Chamber, that this kind of things can be also controlled by legislation or executive regulation. We have a position paper. So I think considering the world is changing fast, definitely, for Philippines to be more competitive, globally. I think the things change. I think should not be afraid, but try and still. I think the government can control and have a better improvement. For detail, I think the Congress can work out, to compromise with also conservative group to have a fine tuning. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Yun Chong
Mr.
Korean Chamber
Chairman,
of Commerce.
Ms.
Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I
Mr.
now move
Chairman.
that
I wish to be recognized, Mr. Chairman, in this hearing of the
Representative
Committee of the
Rodriguez.
Whole. Yes, a motion for correction of the highlights of last Wednesday's hearing. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, here in the highlights, we have submitted to the members of this committee, members of Congress, for the past 3 days, and yesterday they will be able to give us the fourth highlight. The first highlight was the first Monday, then Tuesday, and then last Wednesday. Just a correction, Mr. Chairman. It says here, Constitution versus statutes protecting Philippine interest. It says here, Representative Rufus Rodriguez said that by approving the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law, the Congress may enact a legislation that safeguards the national interest of the country. Exactly what I said. Citing the Foreign Investment Risk Modernization Act of 2018 of the United States, Representative Rodriguez suggested a similar screening process to filter foreign risk. Mr. Dumdum reiterated that any provision on limitations on foreign ownership should be articulated in policies and or legislations so as not to outright discourage foreign participation. Mr. Chairman, this lacks what this representation has presented to the body before our resource persons. First, it is not only to protect national security for our country, because former colleague Nery Colmenares said, if we open our country to public utilities, to foreign investments, problem is China will be coming in and controlling our maritime, our vessels, our air transportation, and also communications. So China was what was presented by Mr. Nery Colmenares. And I answered that when we approve this, Mr. Chairman, when we approve the public utilities lifting of the 60-40 requirement, meaning that foreign investors will come probably on a 100% basis. Mr. Chairman, the country precisely will then enact legislation, Mr. Chairman, and that legislation will make sure that we protect our national sovereignty and our national security. And I cited two laws, Mr. Chairman. Only one is reflected here. First, I researched in the United States because I was there as a guest of the United States Senate, and it says, here in the United States, we have the Foreign Investment Risk Modernization Act. This bill, this law of 2018 of United States precisely targets China. Because I was there in Washington, D.C. Those which have conflicts with the United States will not be able to already invest because they have a screening process, and that is the Foreign Investment Risk Modernization Act of 2018. But the second one left out by these highlights, which to me is such a disappointment, because not only the United States screens investments so that the countries in conflict or seemingly in conflict with the interests of the United States, another one, Mr. Chairman, is the United Kingdom. Very recent, 2021. It is called National Security and Investment Act of 2021. It should be included there because, again, the British government is screening those countries which have adverse interests with them and screen them out and not allow them in. Finally, Mr. Chairman, finally, just one more, because this is very important. That is the first part of the highlights which is lacking. So I wish that to be corrected because that is on record of what I stated. Secondly, Mr. Chairman, here the second sentence about Mr. Dumdum reiterated that any provision or limitations. What was exactly taken up, Mr. Chairman, was that Mr. Dumdum was saying that these three amendments are quite lacking. We should have all the limitations and prohibitions on foreign investments lifted and repealed. And then, Mr. Chairman, I therefore asked him, and this is what I would like to include. And I said, I believe that, yes, the three are not sufficient, and so we have to add other four. What are these? First, exploitation and development of natural resources. One, it is therefore, it should be lifted. Secondly, lease of land should be lifted, public land. Third is media, and then land. And so therefore, I'd like to reflect here that, yes, the last Wednesday, I therefore asked Mr. Dumdum that is it not that the best way to do to open our country that only slightly, not only halfway is to open the gates for our investments, for our more job employment and more income for our government, is that I propose this, and it should be included, Mr. Chairman. Instead of reciting and stating
Mr. Chair.
the three, I'm finishing, Mr. Chairman. Three, it should now read, and I like this to be included. Instead of having this lifting, and unless others provided by law, we put there the First Amendment to the Constitution of 1987. It shall say, first, that all prohibitions and limitations in the 1987 Constitution are hereby lifted and repealed. Period. Second sentence, last one. Second sentence is, the Congress shall enact legislation to regulate foreign investments in this
Mr. Chair.
Thank you. I move that it be corrected, Mr. Chairman.
Mr.
So
Chair,
moved.
just for clarification.
Your
point of-
leader.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The highlights is actually not an official document. These are the bullet points that are being given or posted in the all members chat group so that everybody can keep track. The official document will be the transcript of records in the committee. However, Mr. Chair.
And the journal.
And the journal, yes. However, Mr. Chair, with due courtesy to our very
Yes,
distinguished
don't worry.
colleague, may we direct the Secretariat
Yes.
to incorporate the proposed inclusions of the Honorable Rufus Rodriguez
In the highlights.
in the highlights.
And most especially in the journal of the committee.
No, but the journal will remain, Mr. Chair, as what it is based on the transcript
That's
and the
why
record.
what the distinguished gentleman from the city of Cagayan de Oro mentioned is and will be included in the journal,
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
which is official.
Yes, so thank
Your
you very
leader.
much. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. May we now
Chair.
proceed to the next
Chair.
resource person. I move that we recognize Attorney Anthony Abad, law professor of
Mr.
the
Chair.
Ateneo de Manila Law
Mr.
School
Chair.
and international.
Just a clarification, Mr. Chair. Point of inquiry.
Yes.
Mr. Chair,
Representative Rosas.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Clarification lang, Mr. Chair, kasi we were not appraised by the highlights of the previous discussions, and we would like to know kung meron bang copy for all members. Kasi, Mr. Chair, the good gentleman, si Congressman Rufus, was talking about this document, and we were not given, ano? And, Mr. Chair, if wala pa naman yung journal, tama po ba?
Yes.
Wala pa yung journal para doon sa official document.
Okay, Representative Rosas, I think what Representative Rodriguez was mentioning was the one posted by the Secretary General in the all members Viber group chat. So
Yes.
that is not yet the journal.
Yes, Mr.
It
Chair.
is just a highlight of what transpired. So Representative Rodriguez wanted to include in those highlights additional points which was mentioned during last Wednesday's hearing. But to there is nothing to worry. The official document of the committee will be the journal.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to clarify that. Kasi, Mr. Chair, so we can react also, no, Mr. Chair,
So-
para makita namin kung ano yung mga laman yon at makapag-react kami kaugnay doon, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, just to reiterate my earlier statement, the highlights are actually bullet points of what transpired on our daily meeting as a committee of the whole. However, these are not official records. It's actually posted in the 19th Congress All Members Group, together with all the position papers of all the resource persons invited, including those who submitted position papers but were not able to come here. So again, it's not an official document. The journal stands as the official document, and all that is written there are based in the transcript of records.
Yes,
So, Ms.
thank you, Mr. Chair. Whether official or not official, Mr. Chair, we would like to have a copy of that. Thank you.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's posted in the chat group. So, Mr. Chair, allow me to reiterate
Floor,
my motion.
floor leader.
Allow me to reiterate my motion to recognize Attorney Anthony Abad, law professor from the Ateneo de Manila Law School, an international trade and investment expert.
The chair would like to recognize Attorney Anthony Abad, law professor at Ateneo de Manila Law School, international trade and investment expert. Please proceed.
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, thank you very much for inviting me to be a resource person here at the House of Representatives. I'm Anthony Abad. I am a professor of international economic law and competition law at the Ateneo de Manila University. I, however, do not represent the views and position of the university. These are my personal views based on my research. I'm also a panelist of the dispute settlement body of the World Trade Organization and currently engaged in a research project at the World Trade Institute. And I also don't represent their views, but the work I'm doing at the World Trade Institute now involves the study of the impact of artificial intelligence on the legal framework for international trade and investment. And we predict a sea change in all the rules, including the WTO agreements, and particularly national laws, which include constitutions. And that's why it's, for me, it is a matter of urgency, and it's very important that Congress is now reviewing the Constitution, because the Constitution can be a very useful tool in enhancing the global competitiveness of the Philippines, as well as eradicating poverty and creating a more resilient and inclusive society. I would like to thank the House of Representatives and Congress in general for giving us this opportunity, and I hope, my wish is that within my lifetime, I will see the Constitution finally being modernized. No? So based on this study, what the phenomenon that's happening outside, no? I'm trying to take the view from outside the Philippines, is that there is a major integration of systems because of the application of AI. So as we speak, AI is being applied to different processes, business processes, you name it, trade, investment, banking. All of these processes are being driven by artificial intelligence now. And it accelerates the process of investment and trade. This acceleration creates, a virtual free trade area around the world. But the problem is countries that do not have legal systems that are compatible with this systems integrated economy are not going to be able to take advantage of this. There's a study by Morgan Stanley that in 2022, $6 trillion have already been allotted to education. And by 2030, this will be $8 trillion US dollars. So this is foreign investment. And educational institutions in particular are crucial to this convergence of data, technology, and artificial intelligence. In other words, the educational institutions, whether it's preschool or primary, all the way up to university and postgraduate level, will become hubs for the processing of this information and knowledge becomes the currency of the future. But if we are not part of that system, then we are going to be left behind. We are already left behind, no? So my position is, and I would strongly encourage that you please review the Constitution for revisions and amendments that will make us more globally competitive, that will make us compatible with this global system. And this is not just to improve on our business, no? It's also to improve on our lives, because technology and innovation will attract, or the value added that comes from it will attract capital accumulation. Capital accumulation is essential for poverty eradication. It is, and this is an example that's already been proven by countries like Vietnam and China. And well, earlier we had examples from Singapore, Malaysia, have shown that by opening their economies or shifting from a closed rent-seeking economy to an open, dynamic economy will actually lead to more capital accumulation, which eradicates poverty. That's why there is no more poverty, or there's no more absolute poverty in Vietnam. And before I end, I also want to speak as a student of constitutional law and constitutional design. I have actually been involved, or have been advocating a review of the Constitution since 1993, but maybe even earlier than that, because I was very frustrated with the results of the results of the Constitutional Commission. To close, I just wanted to reiterate or to emphasize that proper constitutional design requires that you make a distinction between legislation and constitution drafting. Constitution drafting cannot involve what should be properly in the purview or should be exercised by the legislature. And to put very specific provisions like 60-40 equity limits, for example, should be legislation, not constitution drafting. So a proper constitution should not have this form of legislation. So I'm not saying here that we are opening up wholesale, no, or 100%, but it should be Congress that makes the determination of what is the best way to restrict or limit or oversee any investment that comes into the country. With that, I will await any questions, and I will be happy also to discuss in detail my research on this topic. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Attorney Anthony Abad.
Mr.
Floor
Chair,
leader.
may we now resume the interpellation of the proposed measure? And for this purpose, I move that we recognize the Honorable Lani Mercado Revilla of the 2nd District of Cavite for her interpellation.
Hindi mo minor.
Magandang umaga po sa ating lahat, to our chairman
Yes.
and to our...
Before that, okay. Yeah, I just want to clarify on that. The chair would like to recognize Representative Lani Mercado Revilla. Please proceed with your interpellation.
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Good morning to all of our our resource persons and members of Congress. Mr. Chair, currently the entire provision of Article 14, Section 4, Paragraph 2 reads, educational institutions other than those established by religious groups and mission boards shall be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens. The Congress may, however, require increased Filipino equity participation in all educational institutions. The control and administration of educational institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines. No educational institution shall be established exclusively for aliens, and no groups of aliens shall comprise more than 1/3 of the enrollment in any school. The provision of this subsection shall not apply to schools established for foreign diplomatic personnel and their dependents, and unless otherwise provided by law, for other foreign temporary residents. In RBH 7, the relevant proposed amendment reads this way, Section 4, basic education institutions other than those established by religious groups and missions and mission boards shall be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens. The Congress may, however, require increased Filipino equity participation in all educational institutions. The control and administration of educational institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines unless otherwise provided by law. The word basic is bold and in all caps and inserted in the beginning of the paragraph before the word educational. This proposed amendment has been clarified to mean that this part, which limits ownership of educational institutions to Filipinos or up to 40% foreign equity only, is now being intended to be applicable only to basic ed or educational institutions under the Department of Education, the elementary to high school, maybe K to 12, if I understood this correctly. And the phrase, unless otherwise provided by law, is inserted at the end of the sentence. The control and administration of educational institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines, which means that the proponents want Congress to have the flexibility of enacting subsequent legislative measure to lift or otherwise determine any change in such reservation of control and supervision of our basic educational institutions to Filipino citizens only. My first question is to Dean of the Adamson College of Law, Attorney Ana Maria Abad. If and when the Filipino people will approve of this amendment via a plebiscite of the people, this would now become a political question that Supreme Court may not review under its expanded power of judicial review. What is your opinion, Dean Abad, on this?
May respond, Attorney Abad.
Maraming salamat po. Magandang umaga
Good
din po,
morning, ma'am.
I do think that the Supreme Court may still consider determining whether or not the Constitution was valid, that the provision was validly passed, and whether or not this was in strict conformity with the constitutional limitations provided for in the Constitution itself. The Supreme Court still has that power to determine the validity of any constitutional amendment. It can be questioned, Your Honor.
Thank you very much for that clarification and sharing your opinion. Mr. Chair, the same Article 14, Section 4, currently, as I have read earlier, has a last subparagraph which says, no educational institution shall be established exclusively for aliens, and no group of aliens shall comprise more than 1/3 of the enrollment in any school. The provisions of this subsection shall not apply to schools established for foreign diplomatic personnel and their dependents, and unless otherwise provided by law, for other foreign temporary residents. In the position paper of DepEd, which was read to us yesterday by the representative of the department under Yusek Omar Romero, he mentioned that this last paragraph was deleted. and such removal may expose the department to infiltration and compromise and to national security issues. Since without that last paragraph, there could be basic educational institutions established exclusively for aliens with up to 100% alien enrollment. In our bill-making rules, if you want a certain sentence in the paragraph being amended to be deleted, you would include the original words in the proposed bill, but have it overstricken by a line denoting that the author proposes an amendment by deletion. But in RBH 7, that sub-paragraph was not included, and either was it stricken off. This could mean that this last paragraph of Section 4, 2 not being deleted, or this part of the 1987 Constitution could be retained if RBH 7 will be passed, just like Section 4, 1, and 3, and 4. Am I right, our dear sponsors? Can you please indulge this representation in clarifying whether or not you intend to delete this penultimate paragraph of Article 14, Section 4, 2? Anybody from our resource persons could answer this?
Is
Yes,
it
Dean.
propounded to me?
Yes, ma'am, you could answer this as
Okay,
well.
the fact that this particular provision has been deleted implies that the sense of the Congress is to allow for 100% foreign student population. This is but in conjunction with the intention of this body now to allow for full ownership of higher educational institutions by foreign investors.
Ma'am, I have a short question. If Filipinos who would wish to enroll in tertiary education funded by 100% foreigners, the quality of education that we have at present here in the Philippines is not apt for students to pass tertiary level. My question is, if my understanding of the word basic means elementary to grade 12. And if we do not allow institutions to have that particular aspect in formation of our students, would you think the present situation of DepEd now that we have could actually allow our fellow Filipinos to pass tertiary level Ivy League colleges or institutions?
Well, that is the point that was being driven at yesterday during the discussions, that we had an education crisis in basic ed. But the fact that we are talking about tertiary education being opened up to foreign universities, the question now is whether or not our own Filipino students would be able to attend foreign universities here because of that particular apparent lack in sciences, math, and English. Baka nga ho hindi raw makapasa. So yun din ho yung pinupunto ng mga schools, no? The problem is our basic ed really needs to be strengthened. And that is why I think DepEd, the officials are here, they are now doing the matatag curriculum. So binabago na po yan. But it does not address the immediate proposal for a fully foreign-owned university here in the Philippines. Sino ho ang makakapasok kung matataas nga ho ang standards nun? And tapos, according to the world ranking, we're at the bottom rung. This is really unfortunate, but this is something that the educational institutions have been really trying to correct. to the credit of our local universities and colleges and the basic ed po.
Thank you very much. Mr. Chairman, gusto ko naman pong malaman from our sponsors or from the resource persons kung bakit po nasama sa isang proposed economic charter change ang usapin ng edukasyon. Gayon, hindi naman po ito parte ng Article 12 o National Economic and Patrimony. Ito po ay nasa Article 14 or Education, Science and Technology, Arts, Culture and Sports. I understand that the proposed economic charter means or seeks to increase foreign direct investments in our country. Foreign direct investments are physical investments and purchases made by a company in a foreign country, typically by opening plants, buying buildings, machineries, factories, and other equipment in a foreign country. Will the prospective foreign direct investor who are owners of the HEIs be allowed to buy lands, buildings, hire expat administrators, managers, and professors, and eventually enroll more alien students under a subsequent legislative measure? Mr. Chair, yes.
Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may respond. Kindly state your name for record
My
purposes.
name is Paolo Tamasa. I'm an assistant professor of the College of Law of the University of the Philippines. I teach constitutional law, and the specialization I have in research is constitutional history and the history of amendments. 2 points, if I can make, Mr. Chair, to the representative. So the first on the question of the inclusion of seemingly non-economic amendments, there is nothing from a legal perspective that prohibits Congress from a constituent assembly from considering various amendments to different portions of the Constitution in one measure. But this highlights an important point that Justice Mendoza made yesterday, which is the need for Congress to properly convene with the Senate in joint session as a constituent assembly. This is because when Congress exercises the power to amend or to propose amendments to the Constitution, it exercises a constituent power and not a legislative power. So that means that Congress considers the entirety of the long term of the Constitution and the effect of various provisions that may potentially conflict with each other with the rest of the basic structure. And this is why the proposal was made. And Mr. Chair, if I can return to the previous question regarding the phrasing of Section 2, subparagraph, Article 14, Section 4, subparagraph 2. I understand that the representative's question is what would be the effect of the drafting of the inclusion of unless provided by law without the necessary crossing off. In Philippine constitutional history and the history of amendments, there have been 2 types of amendments. One type is a codification amendment, where we basically replace portions of the constitutional text. The other is an amendment by, or appended amendment. So the example would be the Parity Rights Amendment. So because this looks like it is a codification amendment, then it would erase the entirety of subsection 2, which currently includes a saving clause for schools run by diplomatic personnel and their dependents. So the removal of the saving clause, which is subparagraph 3, in subparagraph 3 of the educational provision, may also result in basic educational institutions that are established for foreign diplomatic personnel and their dependents now being subject to 60% Filipino ownership requirement. Because currently, that saving clause, which was inserted in the 1987 Constitution, exempts these types of international schools from foreign ownership restrictions. So just pointing that out, Mr. Chair, for the consideration of the body.
Clarificatory question to the gentleman, Mr. Chair. So now, since the penultimate paragraph of Article 14, Section 4 is more or less retained, as you have mentioned, which says no educational institution shall be established exclusively for aliens and no group of aliens shall comprise more than 1/3 of the enrollment in any school. Does this mean that this particular restriction would still apply to tertiary level educational institutions And in case of the establishment of fully foreign-owned HEI, therefore, we are going to impose on them that such foreign HEI can only enroll up to 1/3 or 33% alien students, or that they cannot be established exclusively for aliens. Hindi sila makakapag-establish ng ganitong klaseng enrollment. Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, may I ask again from the representative what the subsection concerned is?
The
I'm sorry.
I will repeat. You made mention that this particular item will be retained. Ito pong section na basic will be retained.
Mr. Chair, if I can explain quickly. So if the representative can look at the current subsection 2 of the Constitution, I think the original question pertained to what would be the effect of the lack of crossing off. So the effect would be to replace paragraph 2 of resolution of both houses number 7, to use that to replace the current text, the entire text of the current Article 14, Section 4, subsection 2 of the Constitution. So one of the effects of that, Mr. Chair, would be to potentially remove the saving clause that is currently there for schools established for foreign diplomatic personnel and their dependents. In the 1986 Constitutional Commission, when this was being drafted, the original draft actually did not contain that third paragraph of subsection 2. In the drafting, it was inserted to account for the schools of run for diplomatic personnel and their children. So if we use resolution of both houses number 7, paragraph 2 to replace Article 14, Section 4, subparagraph 2 of the current 1987 Constitution, that saving clause would also be removed, and schools for diplomatic personnel would therefore be subject to 60/40. Schools, basic educational institutions for diplomatic personnel and their children would also be subject to the 60/40% requirement.
Thank you very much for that clarification. Mr. Chair, last question. If ang ating main concern ay ma-enhance po ang educational standards of our local colleges and universities through the internationalization of higher education, tama naman po si Attorney Ana Marie Abad ng PACU. We have a law that mentions, which is Republic Act number 11448 or the Transnational Higher Education Act, enacted only in 2019. And then the pandemic happened. So actually ngayon pa lang po natin talaga ini-implement ang the Act. Let me ask all of our resource persons from the various private colleges and universities, in your present experience of internationalization or offshoring of foreign HEI through RA 11448 or the D Act, are your partner foreign institutions having a problem on any of your agreements? Are they demanding or aspiring for a chance to directly invest and put up a fully foreign-owned university here in our country? Who among our resource persons coming from the private sector colleges are here? Yes, yes, from PACU, Mr. Chair.
Yes, you may respond. Kindly state your name for record purposes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer your question, Your Honor, at the moment
Ma'am,
there are...
Can you please state your name for record purposes of the committee?
Good morning. I am Attorney Christine Manaog from Cocopea. To answer your inquiry earlier, Your Honor, at the moment there are existing international partnerships and linkages between our local institutions and foreign institutions. At the moment, the foreign institutions would partner po, no, would partner with our local institutions to implement certain programs. And these are usually select programs that that both institutions would deem perhaps necessary or needed in our country at the moment. So, for example, there are exchanges. We send our most of the time our faculty there to study certain programs, and or the foreign institution would send their faculty here to conduct the trainings or the seminars. So there are existing partnerships and linkages. Is there a clamor for foreign institutions or foreign educational institutions to open up here? At the moment, in our experience, they would rather partner with our local institutions because our local institutions already have the existing permits, authorizations, recognitions, or basically government compliances.
Yes, with Mr. Chair, with your permission, Attorney Abad would like to answer as well.
Attorney Abad,
Magandang
who-
umaga po ulit.
yes,
From Adamson College.
Yes.
you may respond to the query of Representative Revilla.
Dalawa ho kasi kami,
Ay, sorry.
Attorney Abad.
Yes, may taga-Ateneo, may taga-Adamson.
Pero-
Ma'am, either of the two.
We're not related, but he was my father's student. So, anyway, ma'am, for a lot of our member schools in the Philippine Association of Colleges and Universities, we have had a lot of linkages even before the transnational higher education. But with this new law, we have now launched into a new, linkages and better partnerships. For concrete example, yung Mapua University has a strategic collaboration with Arizona State University through the Sintana Alliance. In fact, I saw the mga TVs nila na meron silang mga Zoom, really huge and very sensitive, very expensive equipment, but they are now able to actually have classes online with Arizona State University. As of this moment, our Adamson president is in Vietnam, working on a collaboration with the Vietnamese university. Now, we also have a robotics engineering collaboration with Teikyo University in Japan. So, meron na pong maraming linkages. And with this transnational education law, we are doing, we're making better strategic alliances po. And that is the reason why we feel there is actually no need to open up foreign ownership of the higher tertiary education institutions. Maraming salamat po.
Mr. Chair, with your permission, will the Attorney Abad from Ateneo answer as well? So we could get more opinions coming from their sector.
Okay, Attorney Abad.
So you get all
Anthony
the
Abad,
Abad
please
opinions.
proceed.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Your Honors. So my view is, looking at universities and higher education institutions abroad, and it's actually unprecedented, and I think my colleague Orion has pointed out that so many countries in the developing world, like here in Southeast Asia, have actually allowed very well-known universities from the United States and Europe to establish their brand and their institutions in their own country. What we're discussing here is how to modernize our constitution, no? And our constitution has a capital limit requirement, which makes investors avoid the Philippines. Now, it doesn't mean that we won't have partnerships. No? Ateneo, for example, has partnerships with other universities in Spain, here in Asia as well. However, to give the investors the kind of confidence to establish institutions here and employ Filipinos, employ faculty, employ, I mean, they could employ thousands and thousands of Filipinos, actually, just by establishing their base here in the Philippines, is the opportunity you want to be able to take advantage of. And even if the Constitution has no limits on the capital, as you've correctly pointed out, Your Honor, there are laws, no? And then you can pass more laws that will restrict, that will supervise, that will oversee education in the Philippines. So if you need to protect our studentry, our faculty, and also protect the provisions of the Constitution that talk about the sort of the patriotic content of our education, it can be done by law. But it should not be, you should not put the capital requirement in the Constitution. And then allow for this opportunity to happen because it's happening in other countries. But I cannot see that Vietnam, Singapore would allow foreign investors to take advantage of Singaporeans and Vietnamese. No? They are well supervised, but the capital is accumulating. I mean, we're talking about billions and billions of US dollars that are pouring into these countries just because they allow the foreign investment to take place. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and to our resource persons. Thank you very much for your enlightening answers. I wish I had more time, but I know there are other members of Congress who would like to ask questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mabuhay po kayong lahat. Thank you.
Floor leader. Yeah?
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I move that we recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman for his interpellation.
The chair would like to recognize the Honorable Edsel Lagman. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The second sentence of Section 4.2 of Article 14 reads, "The Congress may, however, increase Filipino equity participation in all educational institutions." Verily, the constitutional mandate is to increase Filipino equity or capital over the 60%. In this case, this resolution is contrary to the mandate of the Constitution. Let me repeat. The mandate of the Constitution is for Congress. Congress may increase Filipino equity over the 60% as prescribed in the current Constitution. Can we get a confirmation of this mandate from any of the resource persons?
Anybody from our resource persons, you may respond to the query of Representative Lagman. Yeah, please proceed.
Mr. Chair. If we look at the deliberations of the 1986 Constitutional Commission, and solely on the question of whether it was the intent of the Constitution to increase Filipino participation, then the answer to that would be yes. The capital requirements in the Constitution are placed at a minimum, and there are several provisions strewn across the document which authorize Congress to increase capital requirements but not to decrease them. So if the question is only whether it was intended by the present Constitution to increase capital requirements further, then that intent would have some textual basis.
Thank you for that candid answer. Because, yes, I think there is one more who would like to make a response.
You may proceed to respond. Please state your name.
Angeli Rodanos from.
Can you put, because we have stenographers, can you, on record?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I am Angeli Rodanos from the College Editors Guild of the Philippines. And also, we reviewed the Constitutional Commission, the 86 Constitutional Commission's deliberations. And we found that the fundamental principle in this constitutional mandate is really the fundamental principle of the intention to nationalize the education of the Philippines.
Well, thank you for that confirmation. In other words, what we are doing now,
Representative Lagman, I see another person who's
Yes.
trying to raise. Mr. Orion? Dum. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Regarding the question on this idea to increase the limits against foreign participation in the education sector, it is at least my personal observation that the 1987 Constitution was crafted along the lines of an unfortunately outdated ideology which believes that the only way for the Philippines is to protect everything or to at least keep out foreign involvement in business and in education. I think these days it has become very clear when we look at the other countries around the region that this inward-looking protectionism has been considered to be a misguided one, as we see a lot of other countries, particularly countries that have had a more socialist or Marxist leaning, such as even China or Vietnam, becoming much more open to allowing foreign investors and foreign universities or educational institutions to come in. So I think in line with the times, the Philippines should also do the same in being much more open, and that we should also recognize that equity restrictions are not the only way for us to control the manner by which these foreign entrants come into our country. The Philippine government will always be sovereign and will always have the ability to supervise and control the content that foreign educational institutions will try to teach. So it will be possible for us to tell them not to teach the 9-dash line or whatever if they are coming from China or anything else that may contravene our national interest. We have that prerogative. We have the ability to control foreign investors, foreign companies, foreign educational institutions, even though they may be majority owned by foreign entities. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
well, Mr. Chairman,
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may I move that we
Floor leader.
recognize Attorney Christian Mons would like to respond?
Okay. Attorney Christian Monsod, please proceed.
Yes, I've been listening this morning. Everybody blames the Constitution for the quality of education here, the quality of manufacturing here, the quality of our investments here. I already gave you the example of why Japanese companies didn't want to come here. It's the country image of corruption. On education, this paper that was written by Ms. Cynthia Bautista, who is an advisory council of the Congressional Committee, talked about foreign investments here, like in other countries. And he said, compared to the more economically developed ASEAN countries, the Philippines is perceived as less attractive, reputable foreign education suppliers. Several factors contribute to this perception. One, there may be potentially low demand for foreign education providers due to the limited segment of upper, middle to upper class Filipinos who prefer studying abroad. There is a perception of uneven quality in higher education outside the country. Corruption poses challenges. Ensuring ease of doing business may be problematic. The key number of foreign students, not solely due to the 33% constitutional ceiling, is a factor. The seeming reluctance of the Philippine government to invest in strategic partnerships may deter reputable universities from considering joint ventures with Philippine higher education institutions, even up to 40% partnership, let alone seeking 100% ownership. The reluctance could result in attracting lower-tier providers, potentially further diminishing the higher education sector's quality. Despite the lack of interest in establishing offshore campuses, reputable foreign universities and higher education, including top global universities, have forged partnership with several Filipino universities. That's true, there are. And one of the best examples is FINMA, that has grown so much and well in the past years. It now has the highest student enrollment, higher even than Ateneo at 145,000. And they have two foreign partners, investors. But they're doing very well, and they are 70% of their students receive scholarships because they come from the poor. There are ways to solve this problem. Please stop blaming the Constitution.
Floor Leader.
The Honorable Ed Salagman, Mr. Chair, would pursue his...
Yes, I will pursue.
Okay. Representative Lagman, please.
Well, the editorializing of Mr. Dondon does not deny the fact that the intent of the Constitution is to increase, not to decrease, Filipino equity in educational institutions. Let me also underscore again that the proposed amendment is limited to basic educational institutions and does not include higher education. Let me read verbatim the proposed amendment. Section 4, 2, basic educational institutions other than those established by religious groups and mission boards shall be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens. The Congress may, however, require increased Filipino equity participation in all educational institutions. The control and administration of educational institutions shall be vested in citizens of the Philippines, unless otherwise provided by law. In other words, the proposed amendment with respect to Filipino equity and foreign participation is limited to basic education. And many of the resource persons were talking about higher education. Because if you read this very simply, it's actually like this. Basic educational institutions shall be owned solely by citizens of the Philippines or corporations or associations, at least 60% of the capital of which is owned by such citizens, unless otherwise provided by law. So the reference is only with respect to basic education. Now, it is said that the Philippine education is in crisis. And this is true. For example, we have shortages in classrooms in basic education. The Department of Education admitted the shortage of 159,000 classrooms in the country today. May we know if we allow foreign equity in education institutions, will this inflow of foreign capital solve the shortage of 159,000 classrooms in the Philippines? Let me get first the reaction of the representative of the Department of Education.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The question of the on the floor is if we allow foreign-owned schools to enter Philippine basic education, if it will solve our classroom shortage. Offhand, Mr. Chair, I think it will not, at least in the short or medium term, because this will entail a lot of requirements logistically. There it is, Mr. Chair. I don't think it will make a big impact in the near term, Mr. Chair.
Another problem in our educational system is the shortage of qualified teachers. In 2023-2024, only 3,352 teachers were hired out of the requirement of 9,650 teachers. My question is, will the liberalization of the capital requirement in basic educational institutions resolve this problem of shortage of qualified teachers?
If I may, Mr. Chair, before I answer, Mr. Chair, the provision of the proposal as written, in fact, maintains the capitalization requirement for basic education. So we may still answer the question, but as it is written, Mr. Chair, the proposal does not change the capitalization requirement for basic education, sir. Now, that said, if it is in fact liberalized, which is not in the current form of the proposal, if it is so liberalized, I don't predict a drastic improvement for the reason that at present, international schools may already be established in the Philippines to cater to basic education. In fact, we have several international schools already established through law. We even have the representative of the British School of Manila as a resource person yesterday. What are we trying to say, Mr. Chair? The current legal regime already allows the establishment of international schools for basic education with the requirement that students thereof should be at least 2/3 Filipino citizens. So with the amendment, removing the last paragraph, which limits total 100% foreign ownership to the schools for diplomats and their dependents, the only effect that we can see is Congress may move towards a situation where international schools will be established in the Philippines solely for foreign students and solely owned by foreign nationals, Mr. Chair. So we don't see the improvement being sought and discussed extensively since yesterday. If the goal is to give Filipino citizens access to a higher quality of education brought about by foreign schools, this can already be done at present, with the limitation that students thereof be at least 60 two-thirds Filipino. And if that is the objective, Mr. Chair, I think it can be achieved at present. Thank you.
In other words, the short answer is that the liberalization of the capital requirement for basic educational institution will not really solve the problem of shortage of qualified teachers. Anyway,
Mr. Chair, I agree. And as I said earlier, it is not.
I think we agree on that, so that we can just expedite the process. The ideal public teacher ratio is 25 students to a teacher, pursuant to Executive Order number 349. However, in the Philippine Institute for Development Studies, PIDS, it was documented that in Metro Manila, the ratio is 48 students per classroom per teacher. And in the poorer regions like the Barn, it is 54 students to a teacher classroom. Will the entry of foreign investments solve this problem of student-teacher ratio?
Again, Mr. Chair, it would really depend. It would really depend on the rate of entry of foreign schools. Should it be allowed? But to reiterate, Mr. Chair, it is already allowed at present.
So in other words, it will not.
I would like to contain my answer, Mr. Chair. These foreign schools are already allowed by law to be legislated into the Philippine education system.
But the question is, will the entry, not the present situation, but will the entry of foreign capital in basic institutional educational institution resolve this lowly student-pupil classroom ratio? It will not. Would you agree?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, we see no direct connection.
Why don't you see any direct connection?
Mr.
Because
Chair,
it will not. The
it will
entry
not, it will not,
not,
Mr. Chair. It will not, Mr. Chair.
will not resolve this problem of a very poor student teacher / classroom ratio. The teachers have been demanding for increase in their salaries. Now, could you tell us how much is the current demand for an increase in teachers' salaries?
I apologize, Mr. Chair. We're requesting for the data on this.
But anyway, the question is, will the entry of foreign direct investments in the basic educational sector resolve this problem of the need to increase salaries of teachers? It will not. Would you agree? Your silence means yes. You agree?
If it will increase, it would be hard to say, Mr. Chair. It would be hard because the salaries of teachers are covered by civil service on the public side and the labor laws on the private side.
Now,
And,
the salaries of teachers would depend on the budget which Congress may give. And we are hard put in giving that budget to our teachers. And this problem cannot be resolved by the entry of foreign investments. Would you know how much is the budget of the Department of Education in 2024 with respect to the construction of new school buildings?
Mr. Chair, we are asking our school and infrastructure strand as at this time, Mr. Chair, as we speak.
The budget will not erase the backlog. Do you know what percentage of the Philippine budget is set aside for education? Yes.
Almost 1 trillion, Mr. Chair.
What percentage of the budget? Almost 1 trillion. And that would be amounting to
Almost 5%,
5%.
Mr. Chair.
5% only. And for basic education, how much is appropriated for the Department of Education in the 2024 national budget?
Mr. Chair, for the 2024 National Expenditure Program, the DepEd was allotted 758.6 billion, Mr. Chair.
Percentage-wise, how much is that compared to the totality of the national budget?
So, Mr. Chair, the total allocation for education, the whole education sector, is 16% of the NEP, which is 924.7 billion. But 758.6 billion of which is for the Department of Education.
And so how much percentage would go to the Department of Education for basic education?
Slightly below 16%, Mr. Chair. Slightly below 16%.
Do you know that the Constitution of Indonesia provides that no less than 20% of the national budget should go to education?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Now, there are many modes of encouraging the global exposure of the Philippines to quality education. Do you confirm that?
Yes, Mr. Chair. There are several modes.
Yes. As a matter of fact, we have a law on this particular problem, is it not? That's Republic Act 11448 or the Transnational Higher Education Act. Are you aware of that?
Mr. Chair, yes, we are aware, but under the Department of Education, it does not affect
So
us directly.
can we ask the representative of CHED?
Good morning, Mr. Chair. Yes, Mr. Chair, there is a law, the Transnational Education, which encourages internationalization, and that includes several approaches in internationalization, such as dual degree, branch campuses, academic franchising, Mr. Chair, as part of the concept of internationalization.
Has there been a study on how effective this law has been implemented?
Mr. Chair, that law was enacted 2018, Mr. Chair. We have
2019.
2019, I'm sorry, Mr. Chair. We have issued the implementing rules and regulations 2021, Mr. Chair. So we are still in the process of implementing the Transnational Education Act. But we have already accepted applications for transnational education of some institutions, Mr. Chair.
Okay. In other words, we have to make this law effective and see the results rather than pending any review of the success of this Transnational Higher Education Act. We are now trying to amend the Constitution. Of course, this is not actually an issue because, as I have said, the amendment proposed by the House as well as the Senate is with respect to basic education only. If there are no more responses from the yes.
Yes, you're raising your hand.
Lloyd Manango mula sa League of Filipino Students. We would like to comment sa mga questions raised by the distinguished congressman. Tama po na the basic education in the country is suffering from problems of classroom and teacher shortages. And we do believe na hindi masasagot ng charter change itong mga problemang ito. Sa mga discussions kahapon and today, madalas na nababanggit yung pangangailangan na mag-keep up sa international standards. Pero ito po, yung international standard ng United Nations for education budgeting is 6% of the country's GDP. Sa kasalukuyan po, although yung budget ng Department of Education ay around 16% ng total budget, ito ay wala pang kalahati or around 2% lamang po ng GDP. So, naniniwala po kami na hindi pa nagagawa ng lahat ng gobyerno natin, hindi pa niya nagagawa lahat ng kaya niyang gawin para suportahan yung education system. So, kung gusto nating sumunod sa international standards, unahin natin itong standards on budgeting na dapat 6% ng GDP ang ibigay sa education sector. Thank you po.
Yes, Mr. Monsod, you want to answer? Attorney Monsod?
I just wanted to comment.
You're recognized po.
Sometimes it's very difficult for us to answer questions about issues and policies because surveys show that 73% of Filipinos know nothing or very little of the Constitution. With respect to education, I was asking some of our friends here if they have already read the Second Congressional Commission on Education report. And it seems not very many have. I have asked some people involved in it, and I'm told that the internationalization of schools is one of the 28 priorities of EDCON 2, and its substanding Committee on Higher Education will pursue the studies related to 2024, the second year. Why not await the results of the studies? For now, the priorities are lack of budget, misuse of the budget, the need for early childhood care. Although I am glad to hear that there is now a budget of 300 million for the nutrition of children up to 5 years old when their minds are at the most absorptive, because our students after high school don't have the health, learning, and capability to enter college. May I suggest that, that the Congress and the schools read that report and also await the reports of the substanding committees to be able to answer some of the questions that have been raised today. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Monsod. Congressman Lagman?
The Philippines has one of the highest malnutrition in the world. And this would affect the competency of our pupils and students in learning basic education as well as higher education. And I think instead of debating on the entry of foreign investments in the Philippines, we must address this problem of stunted growth and malnutrition of our students so that they could improve competency in school. My final question is, have Harvard, Oxford, or any of the Ivy League universities and colleges signified their intention to establish campuses in the Philippines?
You want to answer that, Attorney Monsod or Attorney Abad? Attorney Monsod, you're recognized.
Well, actually, there is the experience of Harvard in the AIM, Asian Institute of Management, which they terminated about 20 years ago because they said that the Philippines already has the faculty to go on its own. So there doesn't seem to be a waiting line for majority of full ownership of college and postgraduate schools here. So I think we better start reading your own reports and other reports for the answer. But that's the answer, sir.
Okay.
That even Harvard and AIM cut their ties about 20 years ago.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, may we request...
Yes, Majority Leader?
Yes, in succession, Attorney Cindy Haro of CHED and Attorney Abad and Mr. Dumdum to respond to the question of Congressman Lagman.
So is the first, Attorney Dumdum, Attorney Abad?
Attorney Cindy Haro from the Commission on Higher Education.
Okay.
Then Attorney Abad, and then Mr. Dumdum.
My question,
Attorney Cindy, what's the pleasure from the gentleman from Albay?
my question is very simple.
Yes.
Have Oxford, Harvard, and the other Ivy League university and colleges signified their intention to establish branches in the country? I am informed there is no such official notice. In other words, let me end my, without waiting for the answers, let me end my interpretation by saying that, Mr. Chairman, we should not be more popist than the Pope. Thank you.
Thank you, Congressman Lagman. You want to answer, Congressman, Attorney Haro, Cindy?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would just like to put a context lang po, Mr. Chair, before I answer po directly the question. In one country which have opened their free trade economic zone, which is South Korea, Mr. Chair, they were able to attract the top 10 of the world's leading universities, and that led to an investment of 1 billion in the case of Korea, Mr. Chair. So, as to the answer to the question of whether there was, based on our documents, Mr. Chair, there is none yet. But let me just clarify also, Mr. Chair, some of the international approaches that have been embodied in the transnational education are actually there. previously, like partnership and collaborative agreements, Mr. Chair. But one area which I think the transnational is also prioritizing is the international branch campus. But so far, Mr. Chair, there is no direct application for international branch campus. One area that might be a challenge on the international branch campus area, Mr. Chair, is that under the transnational education law, it provides that the administration of educational institution shall still be governed by the Constitution of the Philippines, which now provides that it shall be vested with the citizens of the Philippines. So that is also a limitation on the international or the foreign higher education institutions which would want to establish branch campuses here because, of course, as branch campuses, they might want to establish their own administration, which is now restricted by the Constitution, Mr. Chair. So to answer the question directly, no such application yet, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Haro. Attorney Abad?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I am personally not aware, or I have not received word from Harvard or Oxford that they want to come here. However, when I do look at best practice in other countries, as correctly pointed out by Ched and my colleague here, or Orion, that many Southeast Asian countries already and East Asian countries already host major universities. So I would not be surprised if the major universities would also want to come here where we are very intelligent and we speak good English. There's a big opportunity for us. No? And there's also in the nature of the cross-fertilization of educational institutions. When you get to mix them up, when you form deeper partnerships, you're actually exchanging many of the techniques, many of the information, the data, access to laboratories, access to literature, to copyrighted information that belongs to these major universities. No, but this won't happen, this cross-fertilization won't happen unless you really give them a more welcome and more investment-friendly atmosphere to work in. Now, regarding the intent of the Constitution, well, that's why my appeal is that after, 37 years, is it? It's 1980, it's 2024. The Constitution was written up in 1986 by wholly appointed individuals at a time of emergency. So it was relevant in 1986 to be able to give legitimacy to the Aquino administration at the time. And my understanding was actually that we would review it after, I thought that we would be reviewing it after 5 or 10 years, but it's already in 2024 and there's still this inexplicable resistance against just reviewing it, and reviewing it in the context of seeing whether we are relevant, our Constitution is relevant to the times. And a quick review of other countries will show that even in basic education, there is investment. No? And the other point about teachers, well, the sad story about many of our teachers have actually left because of the lack of capitalization in the Philippines. They've left and they're now working as domestic helpers. No? And I'm sure they would want to come back if the opportunity for higher pay and a better life in their own country was given to them by opening up and allowing investment and allowing capital accumulation. Capital does not really have a nationality. It is seeking a return on investment. It's a practical thing, no? And Korea, Japan, all these countries, they think in a practical way and have allowed, they pragmatically allowed investment while also still maintaining a measure of control and supervision over institutions. Finally, education is going hand in hand with manufacturing because of artificial intelligence, educational institutions should actually be considered as part of the global value chains. And that means that we're talking about the most basic education to the most sophisticated education level that should be subject to this cross-fertilization, this convergence that's happening in the world today. Thank you.
Mr. Dumdum. Thank you, Mr. Chair. To answer the congressman from Albay, I would say that I am unaware myself of any intention of Oxford, Cambridge, or Harvard to set up in the Philippines. But what I do know is that in many cases, these prestigious foreign universities have a tendency to have an interest, firstly, when they know that they are welcome in a particular country, and secondly, sometimes it happens when they receive an explicit invitation to come in. Such was the case, and I'll use the example of RMIT, the Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, which is from Melbourne in Australia, which set up in Vietnam. They were explicitly invited by the Vietnamese government, largely because Vietnam was at that time wanting to improve the availability of English-based education and to provide certain technical university degrees that hitherto did not exist in Vietnam at the time. So the government itself took the initiative to make that invitation, and the RMIT responded by setting up a campus in Vietnam in the year 2000. So similarly, in Malaysia, it was, I think, in 1998 where there was an act, a parliamentary act that was set up, which also allowed a lot of private foreign higher education institutions to come in. And again, this made it possible for the first campus of Monash University, also from Australia, to come into Malaysia in 1998. So I think it's like if we open up, if we open up and remove the restrictions, we set up a signal, we send a signal internationally to the business and educational providers all around the world to tell them that we are open and that we are welcoming. And by that, many of them will have an interest in coming here. At the moment, there is probably no interest because they are aware that we are a closed economy, and that is the reason for the lack of interest in these institutions. Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Stella Luz Kimbo of the 2nd District of Marikina City for her interpellation.
The Honorable Representative from Marikina City, Stella Kimbo, you are now recognized.
Salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali sa lahat. Mr. Chair, I had wanted to propound questions to our EDCOM representative. However, he had to appear before the Senate. So I will just ask my questions and perhaps just show some information from the EDCOM report. So, yesterday, sinabi ng EDCOM to representative na sinusuportahan nila ang RBH 7 at ang gusto ko sanang tanungin sa kanila ay bakit. What's the reason for supporting the lifting of restrictions for foreign ownership on educational institutions? Ano ba ang mga problema sa ating education sector ang tinutugunan ng RBH 7? Is it the lack of spending on education? Kasi kahapon nabanggit ng ating leader kabataan na it's the lack of spending ang problema natin. I believe it was our LFS representative who said napakaliit ng ginagastos natin sa edukasyon. But I believe in the EDCOM 2 report, it was noted that it's not really a lack of spending, but it was really in effect, a misspending, meaning a misallocation of spending. So, if I may show some slides here. So this was from the EDCOM 2. As can be seen here, Vietnam has a cumulative spending of about 13,800. And this is lower than Malaysia. But note that math, reading, and science scores are higher than Malaysia scores. So ang sinasabi ng EDCOM na kahit na mas mababa ang spending ng Vietnam, kung tama ang paggastos, ay pwedeng maganda ang learning outcomes. So perhaps it's not really in the level of spending, but perhaps the problem is in the learning outcomes. So, baka ang problema na tinutugunan ng RBH 7 ay ang schooling performance ng ating kabataan. So, I'd like to show another table, which was a figure, which was also from the EDCOM 2 report. So here, these are PISA 2022 scores of students from the ASEAN. And dito pinapakita ang top 25% ng ASEAN countries. And as can be seen here, ang top 25% natin would pale in comparison with the top 25% of Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Brunei, Vietnam, and Singapore. And in fact, many of our top 25% would have scores below the average in the entire ASEAN. So ibig sabihin, kahit yung pinakamagagaling natin na estudyante ay mababa pa rin kumpara sa buong ASEAN. So ibig sabihin, ganun kalaki ang problema natin pagdating sa quality ng ating mga paaralan. So sa tingin ko, ito ang dahilan kung bakit sinusuportahan ng EDCOM 2 ang RBH 7. Na kailangan na natin buksan or i-lift ang restrictions on foreign ownership on educational institutions para mahikayat natin ang foreign investments. Nang sa ganon ay lumawak ang competition at tumaas ang kalidad ng ating mga paaralan. And if again, going back to that slide, kung ang pinakamagagaling natin na estudyante would have to compete globally, anong ibig sabihin yan? Kawawa naman sila. Hindi sila makapag-compete sa kanilang peers in the ASEAN. So the best way for them to compete would actually be to study abroad. However, napakamahal to study abroad. If you think about it, if we were to compare, for example, the tuition fee of, let's say, Ateneo, with, for example, let's say, a Jesuit school in the US, let's say Fordham, the difference in tuition fee would be something like 197,000 pesos versus 3.38 million pesos per year. So ganun kalaki ang difference in price. And if you were to add up tuition fee, living expenses, etc., the difference in cost would be something like 534,000 per year for Ateneo to about 5 million per year for Fordham. So talagang inaccessible talaga na mag-aral abroad. So, ang ginagawa talaga ng RBH 7 is really to increase access to quality educational institutions. Yun ang layunin ng RBH 7. So, siguro ang una kong tanong would be for our students. Kung nagkaroon kayo ng pagkakataon na, halimbawa, nagkaroon kayo ng opportunity na sa araw na to, makatanggap kayo ng email mula sa Harvard na kayo ay natanggap na sa Harvard sa araw na to, kayo ba ay papayag na mag-aral sa Harvard? And I believe that we have two students here.
Good morning po. Personally, yes, I will go to Harvard, but I don't think may guarantee po na yun ang mangyayari dito sa RBH 7. Also, dun po sa usapin po ng access, we find it hard to believe na kayang i-provide yung affordable na education sa mga international schools because sa mga Filipino-owned na private schools currently ay napakataas na ng tuition fees at almost yearly po nagtataas. So, ano po yung guarantees or we cannot say na may guarantees na kayang pigilan ng gobyerno yung similar case pag napapasok na natin yung foreign institutions dito sa bansa natin. Thank you.
And maybe to our CGP representative. So again, malamang isa kang manunulat. So sa iyong trabaho, you will have to most likely compete globally. So ibig sabihin, kung ang hinaharap mo ay global competition at nakita mo the odds against you. So nakatanggap ka ng email ngayon, hindi ba tatanggapin mo ang opportunity na yan?
Mr. Chair, actually, it's not global competition that we students want. It is the access to education. It is the same reason why hundreds of students every year do the admission test to enter our state universities and colleges, right? And only about 10% or less than that are able to get in because we have limited capacity.
Well,
We want
Mr. Chair, thank you na lang. Mukhang hindi responsive ang ating mga estudyante. But anyway, so my point being that sa ngayon, mababa ang kalidad ng ating mga paaralan. Our students need to compete globally. Ang problema natin ngayon ay paano natin patataasin ang kalidad ng ating mga institutions. Yan ang sinasagot ng RPH 7. So ngayon, tatanungin ko ngayon ang CHED. So, sa ngayon, I'd like to show another slide, which would be the world rankings of our top 3 universities, ang UP, Ateneo, at LaSalle. So sa ngayon, ito ang, can you show this slide, please? Yan. So, yung red line, UP, ang blue line is Ateneo, the green line is LaSalle. Medyo mababa siya kumpara sa Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology, which is an Australian-owned university in Vietnam, and Curtin University, which is also a foreign-owned university in Vietnam. So hindi sila Ivy League universities, okay? Pinapakita ko ang dalawang ehemplo na hindi natin masyadong kilala. But they are foreign-owned universities, much higher ranked than our best universities, and they are based in Vietnam. So nakikita natin, they are much higher ranked than our best universities. So, gusto kong tanungin ang CHED. Anong gagawin natin? Paano natin patataasin ang standards ng ating universities? What's the best way to uplift them?
If, Mr. Chair, if I may answer na po. One area, Mr. Chair, that we might increase the level of recognition and the level of reputation of our higher education institutions is like the one that was mentioned by Attorney Abad, attracting top professors, especially in niche areas, niche programs, because if you will be able to attract professors in these areas, especially in those programs that are niche, you will be leveling up, of course, the competition and the quality of higher education institutions. For instance, Mr. Chair, there are some areas in which we don't have professors such as railway management, esports, renewable energy. If we are able to increase professors, top professors in these areas, of course, this would level up the quality of our higher education institutions, Mr. Chair. My context, Mr. Chair, is that the top ranking, we have been, of course, facilitating coordination or partnership of our higher education institutions with foreign higher education institutions. And one area that they're also taking a look at is the level of the level of ranking or the level of recognition of our higher education institutions. So we should be able to ramp up, to level up also with those higher education, with those foreign higher education institutions, if we want to increase the ranking of our own higher education institutions, Mr. Chair. So one area po, Mr. Chair, to answer directly the question is attracting top professors, especially in programs that are niche or that are specialized programs, Mr. Chair.
Hindi ba, Mr. Chair, one way is to have partnerships with foreign universities because hindi ba ang advantage nila is in curriculum development? And isn't that the best way actually to uplift them? At hindi ba yan ang dahilan kung bakit natin sila hinihikayat dito? Pag nagkakaroon kami ng hearing sa basic education with Chair Roman, lagi namin tinatanong ang CHED, ano bang gagawin natin sa curriculum natin sa higher education na at nagulat kami na tila wala pala kayong benchmarking ng ating curriculum sa higher education with universities abroad. So hindi natin alam how our own curriculum would compare against the curriculum in universities abroad. So I think alam naman natin na medyo mas dehado tayo. And the best way really is to learn from them. And the best way to assimilate the technology quickly is to have partnerships with them. Do you agree with that?
Mr. Chair, that is my point po. Partnership and collaborative agreements with top higher education, foreign higher education institutions would bring about quality also in terms of teaching that could cascade also in curriculum development, Mr. Chair. Because if you attract those kind of people, it will lead also to curriculum development, Mr. Chair.
My next question would be for DepEd, Mr. Chair. Yesterday in your statement, USEC, you mentioned that you had a problem with the idea of foreign entities having control and administration of schools. Is that correct?
Mr. Chair, correct in the sense that the amendment as written may end up with the possibility that foreign schools are established in the Philippines solely for foreign students and exempted from government regulation if said future legislation would state so, Mr. Chair. So the position of DepEd is basic education is foundational, it's fundamental, and it should at least always be aligned with the government's official curriculum. what we're trying to avoid is a situation whereby foreign schools solely for, sorry, not just solely, foreign schools may eventually end up implementing a curriculum not aligned with the government. We want to avoid such a situation, number one. And number two, with the deletion of the last paragraph of the section concerned, there may come a situation whereby we have foreign schools solely for foreign nationals in the Philippines, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I thought yesterday it was as simple as that you wanted control and administration to rest with Filipino citizens. As simple as that. Simply put.
Sorry, Madam Chair, Mr. Chair.
That control and administration of schools, that must rest with Filipino citizens.
Yes, for basic education.
For basic education, yes. However, is it correct that because of the exception granted under the Constitution, there are international schools that are owned, that are foreign owned 100%? Is that correct?
In this case, in cases of
For example, BSM.
religious groups and mission boards as provided
Yes.
by the Constitution.
Yeah,
Madam
for example, BSM, Everest. Is that correct? So there are situations where there are schools that are 100% foreign owned, right?
The
Yes, right? As in the case of BSM, Faith Academy, Everest.
we'll have to check our Madam Chair, the requirement of the Constitution
Yes.
is 60-40 except for educational
Correct.
institutions other than those established by
So you
religious
don't
groups.
know? There are exceptions if owned by a religious order.
Yes, Madam.
So,
yes,
and
yes,
you
Mr.
don't
Chair.
know.
Correct,
You
correct,
don't-
correct.
Yes, and so I am asking you.
I apologize. Yes, in that exception.
So in the
yes.
case of BSM,
I apologize, Mr. Chair. I don't know the particular circumstance for British. Is it British School Manila BSM that is being asked about?
and Faith Academy, and Everest, which would have legislation.
Yes, they would have been established through legislation, Mr. Chair.
And what is the reason for why those three particular schools require legislation?
The Madam Chair, the international schools are established by legislation.
But not all. So why in particular these three schools?
Madam Chair, Mr. Chair, the British School Manila, I think, was established by legislation.
But there are other schools. There are other international schools. But why not by legislation? Mr. Chair, I believe that my questions are very important,
Yes.
particularly with respect to the position that the DepEd took with respect to the RBH.
Yes.
They expressed strong opposition and cited the fact that they had problems with situations where control and administration of schools may not rest with Filipino citizens. However, there are situations, I believe, that there are schools today where they are owned by foreign entities, and control and administration rest, I believe, with foreign entities. And so I ask, why do you accord special treatment
If I
to
may,
these incumbents?
if I may,
And so if you make that position, and if we carve that out and pass RBH with that carve out, the question is why? Why must
yeah.
we?
If I may, Mr. Chair,
Why must we accord that
yeah, we are not
protection to-
we are not actually
to those
the-
incumbents?
It is the rule under.
And so the question is, why an uneven playing field?
We don't see the uneven playing field, Mr. Chair. As
No,
we
you
said,
don't even know. You can't even answer
No,
my
but-
basic questions.
if I may, Mr. Chair, as we have said earlier, the current regime already
No,
allows.
please answer my questions one by one.
I
What
apologize.
are the exact situations of the schools that I mentioned? Because I think they are important, particularly to the position that you made.
Yep, thank you.
So there are
If I may,
international schools.
there are international.
There are international schools which would have legislation. There are international schools which don't have legislation. And I need to know why that distinction. And I also need to know which would have control by a foreign entity or by not. And what is the definition of control? Is it by the citizenship of the CEO, for example? Mr. Chair, if that ad is not prepared,
If we may answer.
I can go for a second round, but I will ask the same questions, but please, I will ask the same questions. I'll give you sufficient time to prepare.
Yep.
So I'll yield to the next one, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Representative Gimbo. Floor leader.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the gentle lady from Gabriela Party List, the Honorable Arlene Brosas.
Representative Brosas, please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Maraming salamat, Mr. Chair. Magandang tanghali po sa ating lahat. Mr. Chair, ilan lang naman po yung mga questions ko, Mr. Chair, no? And very basic naman po yung mga questions ko, Mr. Chair. Tungkol po ito sa kaalaman o sa awareness ng reason behind the Constitution's strict restriction on educational institution ownership. So siguro yung first kong tawagin para dito, ano ba yung reason behind the Constitution's strict restriction on educational institution ownership? Siguro yung nagsalita kanina na ibukas natin, baka yun muna yung una kong tanungin, si Dr. Robin V. Garcia. Then followed by DepEd sana, Mr. Chair. Then I would like to ask Attorney Monsod also. And of course, si Dean Abad. You can just tell us what is the reason behind the Constitution's strict restriction on educational institution sa inyo pong palagay.
We'll start with Dr. Garcia. Yes, Dr. Garcia. You may respond now to the query of Representative Brosas.
Dr. Garcia, you're not a foreigner, right?
Sorry?
You are not a foreigner.
No, hindi po. Pilipino po ako.
Filipino ka. Yes.
Yes po. Sorry, I was just about to go to the restroom.
My
Can you
question,
repeat the
I will repeat my question. My question is, what is the reason behind the Constitution's strict restriction on educational institution ownership?
I am unsure. I was not part of the panel who created the Constitution.
So hindi mo alam yung konstitusyon. Okay. I am being told to rephrase my question. But basically, you don't know what is the reason behind the restriction, the strict restriction on educational institution.
I can surmise, Miss Congress, I can surmise that it might be about, might be about security, it might be about issues on culture, but actually my position is that these things can coexist. Protecting national identity, protecting security can coexist with liberalization.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Robin Garcia. Yung, si ano po, DepEd. Maybe DepEd can answer.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. As we have stated in the position paper, we are in favor of implementing the curriculum of basic education to avoid the possible dilution of our fundamental aspects of Filipino identity, culture, and values, which we feel are not necessarily taught by Filipinos, but should really be under a curriculum that is prescribed by the Philippine government, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Last, Attorney Monsod, pwede pong one last lang po. Sorry, isang question lang po. On the reason, yung underlying principle po for the restrictions on the ownership of educational institutions. Since kayo naman po yung isa sa mga constitutionalist dito, we would like to know kung ano po yung, bakit po ganon, ano? Bakit nilagay yung restrictions on the ownership of educational institutions? Ano po yung halaga nun doon sa konstitusyon natin?
I think the limitations on ownerships, not only in education but in other areas, was done by the Constitution because we knew what the problems have been, not just during martial law, but through centuries of colonial rule. And it's about time we change our ways. And people are saying Constitution is only about EDSA. That's wrong. The Constitution is about centuries of colonial rule and 16, 18 years of a dictatorship that we don't want repeated. In the case of education, for example, in other countries, Japan, Taiwan, what do you call this, the most successful countries, right? What do they teach their children from the beginning? Love of country. What do we teach our children in our families? Family first, correct? Or God? The educational system in our country is a heritage of centuries. That's why there is pork barrel in Congress. They say, is there enough money for education? Well, take it from the pockets of congressmen and senators in the pork barrel. I have to be frank here. When I'm asked if we made mistakes in writing the Constitution, I said, of course we did, because we are imperfect individuals. But if we made two big mistakes, there are two that we made. Number one, we overestimated the spirit of EDSA. And number two, we underestimated the greed of politicians for power and of the rich for more wealth. And that is why the center of our Constitution is social justice. And all the provisions of the Constitution on social justice are not being implemented. Now you ask about education, of course. We want our people to have the best education. But the ones who get it are the rich who go abroad. Do you think if you have branches here of schools that the rich will go there? No, they'll still go abroad, right? And there's no long line of universities in the United States and Europe waiting to come here, even with 40%. One of the success stories that I mentioned is FINMA. They have 2 foreign partners. But you're talking about 100% ownership. My bet is you don't get many coming here for the reasons I already read here. So there is a reason why we want our people to look at ourselves and say, what do we do to change things in this country that's been going on for centuries, and with the accompaniment of, a feudalistic system of dynastic lines, and what goes with it, corruption. That's how we solve the problems. I have a long talk about this, if it's in another time, because this is not the time for it. But we have worked on it, on how do we get out, or how do we fulfill the promise of a new social order that every administration since EDSA has not fulfilled. And people like me, who have our stints in government, I always tell the poor, the farmers I've worked with, and the urban poor, I apologize, because I had my turn in government, and those of us, and we failed. And that's what we're trying to do to change now. And my point is, implement the Constitution, and you will see things change.
Thank you.
Representative Rosas, I see a resource person raising his hand. You may respond to the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I still have a follow-up with Attorney Monsod kasi I'm limiting my time, Mr. Chair, kasi limited din yung time ni Attorney Monsod. So, tanong ko lang, Attorney Monsod, again,
Sige,
ano po?
for your follow-up.
On the, kasi I was asking for the underlying principle, di ba? And well, sinabi naman ni Dr. Garcia, national identity, nationalism. Mr. Chair, for Attorney Monsod, hindi ba grossly magda-diverge tayo on the underlying principle of nationalism kapag nilimit or pinropose natin yung revision on foreign ownership sa educational institutions? Kasi yun nga yung gustong i-instill nung sa education system natin ng Constitutional Commission at that time, no? So, can you expound on this?
I think what I'm saying is, even today, if some of the hindrances to their coming in, and I enumerated them earlier, they will come in. I don't think that, if they get 51% or 80%, there will be a deluge of schools coming here. The ownership, I think, issue is far from the hindrances, the real hindrances, why they don't want to come here. And I already mentioned them earlier. It's the same with business, correct? Why don't they come in? Why don't manufacturing companies come in when they're allowed 100%? Look at the situation, the country image, the things we do, the dynastic system of rule in our country that has to be dismantled if you want change in this country. So my point is, it's not necessary to change that. If we do all the other things that are needed for them to attract coming to the Philippines working with us, you'll find that they'll come anyway. The ownership factor is not the main factor for them to come in. And I think we're correct. If the Constitution is, I like this section where basic education is exempted, and then there's a big argument whether that last sentence applies to basic education, on the administration of schools. I agree with my ano here that no, it does not apply to basic education. It's not an exception.
Follow up doon, Mr. Chair, yung hindi ba parang commodification of education ang mangyayari kung papayagan din natin na napakaraming papasok na foreign ownership dito sa ating bansa?
Say it again, I'm sorry.
Commodification of education, pag-alter sa curriculum, di ba yun naman yung mga issues, Mr. Chair? Halimbawa, if it's a foreign institution, foreign owner at ma-alter yung curriculum, then magbabago din, or curriculum nila yung gagamitin, Mr. Chair. Example lang ito, no? Parang halimbawa, sa comfort women, malalaman pa ba ng mga mamamayan natin ngayon na during the Philippine-Japanese War ay may nangyaring atrocities on our women, na sila ay ni-rape at sila ay, diba? Kasi part of our history is that. At kapag merong foreign school na nandito at may altering of curriculum na mangyari, hindi maituturo sa mga mamamayan natin yung part of history natin na yun. Or dahil lang mga lolas ng comfort women natin, ano na matagal na Ngayon nga lang hindi na alam nung iba So, hindi ba may effect yon kapag pinayagan natin ang mga ang foreign ownership dito sa ating bansa?
Well, the wrong schools might come in, and I think it's also, you're correct, that this historical revisionism should not be allowed. And I think that it's important for us at this point to make sure that the students are given what really happened in those days. And if it takes private sector and the church to do that because the government doesn't want to do it, because they have other agenda, then we have to do it. But there is one thing that the pandemic showed us, which should be a lesson to us. What was that? That communities can change regardless of who is in power. Where those many communities, where those who have the means help those who need them. So what's the lesson there? We go down to the level of the barangays and try and help and really give them the history of what's happening and all that on what's happening in the past. Because transformation should start from up, from down up, rather than up down. Don't ask who's running for president in 2028. Don't run for who's running for senator 2025. Let's ask, are the poor in control of our barangays? Have we helped them control our barangays? And that's the start of change. And that's where we can tell them the truth of what's going. I've tried it. I've worked with the urban poor and farmers and tell them this was the situation and this is the situations today. Today, we're on a slippery slope already of authoritarianism, correct? Do the people realize that? It's happening, and it's up to us. And as I said, change can start from the bottom up. Transformation is possible regardless of who is in power. And that's what we should be doing.
Following up on what you're saying, Mr. Chair, yung, kasi ang pinag-uusapan dito yung education will there be a chance for the poor, no? Na talagang makapag-aral sa ganitong mga institutions when the motive of some, not all siguro, but some of the institutions na foreign-owned na pupunta dito, of course gusto nila ng tubo. Hindi naman sila pupunta dito para magpaaral lang, di ba? Gusto nilang kumita, gusto nilang magkaroon ng financial surpluses, di ba, Mr. Chair? So parang kaugnay po doon sa pag-educate sa mga mahihirap natin, kung babaguhin natin yung konstitusyon, totoo ba na there will be a chance for our poor people sa ating mga naghihirap na estudyante o hindi makapag-aral nga sa ngayon na magkaroon ng chance dito sa mga eskwelahan na ito. Kung ganon ang motive ng mga foreign-owned and controlled na mga educational institutions na ito.
Yes, yeah. You know, already in the studies, they already showed we have to be careful also about this because the wrong schools might come with the wrong agenda. That's why it's important for the government and civil society to make sure that the schools coming in are doing what's right. But we have to be careful because, you know, there are other people who want to have their own agenda, and they may use the schools as a means for their own agenda in our country. I agree with you that we have to, what do you call it, make sure that the schools we are approving. And today, it's not a question of 40% or 50%. You can get good schools to come in, even, it's 40%. I talked about the success story of FINMA that I'm following all the time. They have 2 foreign partners. They're doing very well. And they're helping the poor with all kinds of subsidies and scholarships. That's what we should encourage.
Yes, thank you. Thank you po thank you, Mr. Chair, sa mga sagot ni Attorney Monsod. Kasi that is why I am very particular on the provision na ito. No? Kasi binasa ko po yung pertinent passages from the Volume 4 of the Proceedings of the Constitutional Commission para po ma-enlighten ang lahat why we need to keep this provision as it is. Kasi yun po ang position namin. First, the underlying principle for restrictions on the ownership of educational institutions is the belief that the Philippines, as a sovereign nation, should have an educational system that inculcates nationalism and Filipino values. And this can only be done when schools are administered and owned by Filipinos themselves. So isa po sa mga quotation nung Constitutional Commission proceeding was done by Ms. Minda Luz Quesada. Siya po yung nag-raise ng fundamental principle for the formulation of the provision of education. Yan. Sabi niya, I think the underlying principle that the committee was guided by is the recognition that education is a very vital mechanism for inculcating and developing the concept of nationalism, that once Filipinos do not have that effective control in this particular dimension of our societal life, then we can never learn to become self-reliant, and that there will always be this subservient and colonial mentality that is characteristic of our citizenship. I think that should help us now look at education as a very vital instrument for the liberation that we were talking about, the total liberation and development of the Filipino. Sabi ni Commissioner Serafin Gingona, further, siya po ay nagsabi, elucidated on the connection between ownership and administration of educational institutions. He said, Madam President, the committee believes that ownership and administration are linked together because it is the ownership that controls the purse. We can talk about the charitable institution with a 100% Filipino administration, but the owners of which are all foreigners. There is the danger that foreign ideas or foreign ideologies might be transmitted through said schools, and perhaps it is not wrong for us to believe that Filipinos would be in a better position to inculcate patriotism and nationalism than foreigners. That is the page 369, volume 4 of the CONCOM proceedings. Baka po meron pang maidagdag, tinanong ko po kanina, si Dean Abad.
Magandang hapon po. Your Honor, you asked what probably could be the reason behind the Filipinization of education, yung 60-40 requirement. Nasa preamble po mismo natin ng Konstitusyon that the sovereign Filipino people should conserve and develop our own patrimony. Now, the Supreme Court, in the case of Manila Prince versus GSIS, reminds us that the patrimony does not refer only to natural resources, but also as regards intelligence in the arts, the sciences, and the letters. It also means that we must develop the mental ability or faculty of our own people. Now, we as a Filipino people should conserve our own culture. And nobody can teach that better than our own Filipino people, our own Filipino education, our own Filipino universities. Hindi ho matuturo ng Amerikano ang kultura ng Pilipino. Hindi ho nila maiintindihan ang bayanihan, hindi nila maiintindihan ang pakikisama, ang pakikipagkapwa, at kung ano-ano pang values na tunay na nakakasabi kung ano ang pagka-Pilipino. So yun po ang rason kung bakit there is a need for a 60-40 Filipinization of our education. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, mula naman po sa hanay no, ng mga estudyante, si Ms. Angeli Rodenas. Mr. Chair, can you allow her to speak?
Yes, please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We're compelled to answer to this question because we forward the same nationalist stance, right? Because we see that the point of the protectionist policy on education is really to develop a truly nationalist education. And we want to substantiate what does it mean to have a nationalist education. And we believe that this goes beyond teaching patriotic values, such as learning to respect the flag or loving the country. It also means producing graduates that will look past personal gain and develop a genuine sense of obligation to serve the nation and its people. So by that, we mean that we want to produce nationalist leaders who won't be so complacent, so trusting of foreign agenda, such as those that actually want to forward and allow the total foreign ownership of schools, right? Because we want an education that is responsive to the needs and the greater context of the Philippines. We also want nationalist leaders, nationalist researchers who will be able to forward a genuine Filipino development agenda that we can call truly ours. And actually, we want to introduce that it's quite worrying that there's quite an obsession with this notion of internationalization, right? Because this has been thrown around in the deliberations for quite a lot of time. And this is what development scholars have actually warned against: isomorphic mimicry. This is the tendency of our governments to just mimic other government successes and replicate processes in order to gain legitimacy and support. And for what but to build the illusion that we're properly functioning despite exhaustive, persistent problems, as we see in education nga. That would be all, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Chair, another representative, it's Che Ganal.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Ms. Speaker. Nagsasalita po ako ngayong hapon bilang representante ng Babae para sa Inang Bayan Network at bilang pambansang tagapagsalita rin ng Gabriela Youth. Kami rin po sa BIBA at sa Gabriela Youth, naninindigan kami that lifting the restriction on foreign ownership in education institution will never solve the education crisis in our country. In fact, naniniwala kami that we really have to address the root cause of incompetence in our education system. Binabanggit po kanina, napakarami talagang patong-patong na krisis sa edukasyon. For example, yung misallocation in budget and inaccessibility also. And nagre-reiterate po kami bilang mga kabataan at kababaihang Pilipino that what we need is a national, scientific, and mass-oriented education. At sa ngayon pa lang na pinapayagan na natin ang pagtanggal ng Filipino subject sa college at Philippine history sa secondary education, papaano pa po natin maaasahan ang gobyerno ng Pilipinas na tiyakin ang pagpapatimo ng nasyonalismo sa mga 100% foreign-owned and administered and controlled schools. Dagdag pa po rito, wag din nating kalimutan talaga yung colonial history ng ating bansa. Hindi po ito about individual nationalism and patriotism, but building collective consciousness based on nationalist and patriotic principles. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Ms. Speaker.
Mr. Chair, can we ask Mr. Dumdum to react also?
Yes, Mr. Dumdum? Or is it Mr. Garcia? Okay. To respond first, Mr. Dumdum. Please proceed.
Okay. Maraming salamat, Ginoong Tagapangulo. Sasagutin ko lang po ang sinabi ang tanong ng ni Congresswoman Rosas kung bakit nalagyan po ng limitasyon sa pagmamay-ari ng mga dayuhan ng ating mga paaralan. Ako po ay naniniwala na nagkaroon po ng pagkakamali noong isinulat ang ating saligang batas noong 1986 dahil sa nakapako po dati ang mayoriya, ang karamihan po sa mga nagsulat at nagbalangkas ng saligang batas na ito sa isang makalumang ideolohiya na naniniwalang kinakailangan lagyan ng limita ang pagmamay-ari ng mga negosyo at ng mga paaralan. Nakalimutan po ng mga nagsulat na ito na ang gobyerno ng Pilipinas pa rin ay nangingibabaw sa lahat ng mga entidad na nasa loob ng Pilipinas, kasama ang mga negosyo at mga paaralan. Kaya kahit na ba pagmamay-ari ang mga ito ng mga dayuhan o ang mayoriya ng pagmamay-ari nito ay nasa kamay ng mga dayuhan, maaari pa rin silang kontrolin o bigyan ng payo ng gobyerno kung ano ang mga tamang gawin sa loob ng Pilipinas. Kumbaga pwede pa rin ipagbawal ang pagtuturo ng mga taliwas sa anumang kagustuhan natin sa Pilipinas. Kung magkakaroon man ng pamantasan na ang nagmamay-ari o ang mayoriya nagmamay-ari ng paaralan na ito o pamantasang ito ay China, maaari po nating magawan ng lehislasyon ng batas na nagsasabing bawal pong pag-usapan ang 9-dash line. Pwede po yun. Maaari pong mangyari yan. Kaya ang akin lang po, gusto ko pong sabihin sa ating lahat na hindi po karapat-dapat nating gawin itong makalumang paraan ng pagkokontrol. Dahil meron naman po tayong gobyernong nangingibabaw pa rin. At gawin po natin kung ano yung tamang ginagawa ng ibang mga bansang mauunlad. Mga bansang dating mas mahirap sa atin na ngayon ay mas maunlad na. Ang ginagawa nilang tama ay binubuksan po nila ang kanilang ekonomiya para makuha po nila ang tinatawag nating mga global best practices. Yun lang po. Maraming salamat.
Next, Dr. Garcia.
Congresswoman Brosas, maraming salamat po for the question kanina. I was on my way out when you asked me, kaya hindi ko narinig masyado.
First of all, Mr. Chair, after Dr. Garcia, right?
Yes,
may I ask Attorney Christian Monsod mamaya?
Sige
Thank you.
po. Thank you, Congresswoman. So I understand the concerns about nationalism and liberalization, but as I said kanina, the qualified support for liberalization is based on the idea that when we liberalize, we don't necessarily remove government regulation. So we don't remove state intervention. The state will still be involved in oversight and supervision. So CHED will still be involved. The DepEd will still be involved. So hindi po kasi black and white that when you liberalize, you remove the state, pababayaan na lang lahat ng pwedeng gawin ng mga dayuhan. So therefore, you will not remove history. You will, in fact, you might want to increase nationalistic subjects, pwede naman po yun, no? As an additional regulation to liberalization. But the economic argument of liberalization should be separate from the political argument of liberalization. Pwede po tayong magdagdag ng nationalistic subjects. Pwede po natin increase yung subjects on, against the 9-dash line or increase subjects on colonialism. Hindi po yan mutually exclusive. Hindi po black and white. And actually, that's also mirroring yung sinasabi ni Orion, the previous speaker before me. So yun po. So we don't remove the state. In fact, we can increase state intervention pa doon sa mga doon sa kinakabahan po tayong matanggalan ng nationalism and identity ng Pilipinas po.
Yes, thank you, Dr. Garcia. May I go back to Attorney Christian Monsod?
I think that when we talk about the hindrances in the Constitution, we should talk about the context in which it is happening. And I'm sorry to say that our Congress has on many occasions engaged in transactional legislation. Sure, you can say, well, let's be liberalized and so on and so forth. But can we trust the Congress to do the right things? I'm sorry to say. What happened to the mining reform law? Transactional legislation. It died in the committees of Congress. So you have good intentions and you say, well, theoretically, this can be done. But what is the context today in our country? Today, we're already on a slippery slope to authoritarianism, correct? And we have supposed to have an independent Supreme Court. Have you read the latest study of Cambridge University about the voting record of 86 justices on 7 mega cases in the Philippines from 1967 to 2021? The average vote of newly appointed justices is about 69% in favor of the government. But with Duterte appointees, that's over 90%. And our Supreme Court today, out of 15, 13 are appointed by Duterte. We must consider these contexts when we are talking about, a provision on education and so on, and what other countries have done on liberalization. What is the context in the Philippines today? If we allow this entry into, let me give you, we have fought six attempts to change the Constitution. And let me give you a list of what has been proposed even by this House in these ones that we were able to stop. More authoritarian powers to the President, such as proclaim martial law, aligning Bill of Rights to anti-terrorism law, change in terms of office for everybody for 5 years with 1 re-election, adding the phrase unless otherwise provided by law in economic provisions, thus rendering meaningless the constitutional provisions and opens the door wider to transactional legislation, a shift to federal parliamentary system that will give more power to the dynastic clans in the regions and consolidating control of powers by combining the executive with the parliament. A hidden agenda to amend the provisions of Article 6, such as Section 25, to remove the limitations on the budgetary powers of Congress regarding contingent, intelligence, confidential, and unprogrammed funds. Transitory provisions to federalism, as proposed by the Puno Committee, that gives absolute power to a transition government which can take, according to UP President Abueva, who advocates federalism, which can take 10 years in order for the regional and local government have the capacity to go. So let's be careful. You say, well, if we change this, this will happen. There are risks of the results may be the opposite of what we want. It's the context today in our country where we are trying to say we have to change the Constitution. Context, right, is important. To the text without context is pretext. Okay? Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm seeing Mr. Abdul Mari Imao Jr. would like to speak.
Mr. Imao, you may proceed.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Speaker. Maiksi lamang naman po ito. I'm representing in my capacity as a representative of the Dean of the College of Architecture of the University of the Philippines. And in my limited capacity as both professional and art practitioner and art educator participating in, in this legislative deliberation, we found out that we needed a little more time to process the information and materials handed to us by this honorable body just yesterday. We need to provide a well-researched and balanced and informed recommendation and statement to this legislative body. Kaya pinapromise po ng College of Fine Arts of the University of the Philippines na pag-aaralan po namin lahat ng mga aspeto na ito in relation to the recent Creative Industries Law, and at the same time yung mga findings ng EDCOM 2, which we are also in communication with. In my personal opinion as an artist and educator, if we seek to strengthen our educational system, and I am a product of being able to study abroad. I was a State Department scholar at the US. And na-realize ko po ito, yung importansya rin na pag-aaral abroad. Pero naniniwala po ako that any partnership between foreign and local educational institutions should be founded between a cooperation between peers. And that their entry is not a band-aid solution to an educational crisis. That internal strengthening of our educational institution should take a priority, and that during budgetary deliberations with regards to education, mas maganda pong dagdagan pa nga natin yung pondo ng mga SUCs natin, in order for them to address yung mga concerns natin about strengthening yung pool natin ng mga teachers, yung mga facilities natin that will be accessed by the other 90% of our population that will not be able to access these foreign institutions that will be coming to the country. The question we should be asking is that at the end of the day, will we be inviting this institution in a position of power and confidence, or are we inviting them to rescue us from an educational crisis? Maraming salamat po.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'm on the second question pa lang ng aking interpellation, Mr. Chair. And I would like to appeal for a second, siguro, Mr. Chair, for the next round, Mr. Chair. And siguro yung last, Mr. Chair, it has been proven in our history that the hundreds of decades of colonial rule of other countries in the Philippines served a deep and negative influence on the nationalist and patriotic characteristic of our education system. In fact, si Renato Constantino, a Filipino historian, said in his essay entitled The Miseducation of the Filipinos, thus, from its inception, the educational system of the Philippines was a means of pacifying a people who were defending their newly won freedom from an invader who had posed as an ally. The education of the Filipino under American sovereignty was an instrument of colonial policy. The Filipino has to be educated as a good colonial. Young minds had to be shaped to conform to American ideas. Indigenous Filipino ideals were slowly eroded in order to remove the last vestiges of resistance. Education served to attract the people to the new masters, and at the same time to dilute their nationalism, which had just succeeded in overthrowing a foreign power. The introduction of the American educational system was a means of defeating a triumphant nationalism. Binanggit din ni Constantino sa kanyang essay kung ano ang resulta ng American education sa ating bansa. Sabi niya, what economic attitudes were fostered by American education? It is interesting to note that during the times that the school attempts to inculcate in appreciation for things Philippine, the picture that is presented for the child's admiration is an idealized picture of a rural Philippines as pretty and as unreal as an Amorsolo painting with its Carabao, its smiling, healthy farmer, the winsome barrio lass in the bright clean patajong and the sweet nipa hut. That is the portrait of the Filipino that our education leaves in the minds of the young, and it hurts in two ways. First, it strengthens the belief, and we see this in adults, that the Philippines is essentially meant to be an agricultural country, and we cannot and should not change that. Second, this idealized picture of farm life never emphasizes the poverty, the disease, the cultural vacuum, the sheer boredom, the superstition, and ignorance of backward from communities. With American education, the Filipinos were not only learning a new language, they were not only forgetting their own language, they were starting to become a new type of American. Mr. Chair, sa pagpapapasok ng foreign ownership sa sektor ng edukasyon, hindi ba't ibinubukas muli nito ang espasyo para ipasok at palalain ang colonial education system sa ating bansa? So that's my second question, Mr. Chair. Siguro, Mr. Chair, pwede bang tanungin si former Representative Kapaeng Mariano, no? Doon since nandito na po siya, Mr. Chair.
Okay, so that will be the last question for the first round of Representative Rosas. The chair would like to recognize former Representative Mariano. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Magandang hapon po, Your Honors. Dito po sa resolution of both houses number 7, at bilang pagtugon na rin sa katanungan ng kagalang-galang Arlene Brosas, sa second whereas clause po ay it reads, the nation's economic policy must be reframed under the demands of this increasingly globalized age, while still protecting the general policy of Filipino First that guides the economic provisions of the Constitution. Dito po, kung pag-uusapan natin yung ating national economy, talaga pong naka-integra na sa kaayusang global o globalized order. Dahil na rin dun sa mga international treaties, agreements, particular trade agreements, economic cooperation agreements, na pinasukan ng Pilipinas bilang miyembro. Makaraan yung pagpapatupad ng mga structural adjustment programs prescribed by International Monetary Fund and World Bank ay in 1994, December 14, the Philippine Senate ratified the General Agreements on Tariffs and Trade, and in January of 1995, naging miyembro na po ang Pilipinas sa WTO. 1996 sa Asia Pacific Economic Cooperation. And then may mga sumunod pa pong mga kasunduan diyan. Ipa pa po yung sa ASEAN Free Trade Agreement, ATIGA at iba pa, at GPEPA, at yung pinakahuli po ay yung pagpasok ng Pilipinas sa Regional Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement. Ano po? Ibig bang sabihin ay dapat absolute sarado tayo sa global trade o pagpasok sa mga negotiation o kooperasyong pangkalakalan at pangkomersyo? Tingin ko po ay ang kilusang bukid ng Pilipinas po ay hindi naman absolutong magsasara tayo sa paikipagkalakalan o maging bahagi ng pandaigdigang kaayusan. Ang mahalaga lang po, any entry to any trade negotiations, trade agreements, or economic cooperation shall be pursued on the basis of equality, reciprocity, mutual benefit, at higit po sa lahat ay national interest. So, ito po mga pinapaksa nitong ating pagdinig ngayon ay hindi po natin may iwasan na talagang sumangguni tayo o bumalik tayo doon sa Article 2 on the Declaration of Principles and State Policies. I'm referring to, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors, sa tinatadhana ng Section 19, na ang provision ay nagsasaad that the state shall develop a self-reliant and national economy effectively controlled by Filipinos. At saka po'y naniniwala na yung mga provision, economic provisions sa Article 12 on national economy and patrimony ay mahigpit na consistent dun sa Section 19 ng Article 2. At kung ano man po magbabago, yun na po, yung kasing salitang effectively controlled by Filipinos. Katunayan, sa education institution, sinasabi pa nga na the state may pwede pang iakyat yung equity ownership ng mga Pilipino sa educational institutions ng Filipino citizens. Kaya po, sa ganito pong kaayusan, ako nga po ay ano nga po ba ang pangunahing kinakailangan ng ating pambansa ekonomiya para tunay na umunlad? Ang pagpasok ng mga foreign direct investments, doon ba natin pangunahing iaasa? O ang paglikha at pagpapalaki ng domestic capital na kailangan nating likhain sa loob ng ating bansa na kinakailangan kapwa sa pag-unlad ng sektor ng agrikultura, industriya, kasama ng manufacturing sector at ng buong pambansang ekonomiya. Ako po'y naniniwala ang kilusan ng Pilipinas na dapat po pangunahin tayo sumandig at umasa sa ating domestic capital. Hindi po sa foreign direct investment at dayuhan pa utang. Pag napulakas po natin yung ating lokal na ekonomiya, Your Honors, Mr. Chairman, lalo na yung sektor na agrikultura natin at ibang sektor na ating ekonomiya, at hanggat hindi po natin kinikilala, tinatrato ang ating sektor na agrikultura bilang the base and foundation ng national economy and the industry sector, lalo na po kung meron tayong heavy industries at the leading factor na kung saan yung dapat namilikha tayo ng paparaming mga light industries magsisilbing bridge sa agriculture sector at industry sector, yun po ang kinakailangan natin. Mangyayari lang ito kung maipapatupad po natin ang dalawang requisitos ng pag-unlad ng ating pambansa ekonomiya. Ano po ito? Ang pagpapatupad ng isang tunay na reformang agraryo na ang sentral na layunin at batayang prinsipyo ay ang libreng pamahagi ng lupa sa ating mga magsasaka at ang pagpapatupad ng programa para sa pambansang industrialization. Thank you, Mr. Chairman, Your Honors.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I will avail for the second round, Mr. Chair.
Floor leader, next. We now go on to the next interpellator.
Mr. Chair, I move that we recognize the gentleman from the 2nd District of Quezon, Deputy Speaker David J.J. Suarez.
The chair recognizes Representative David J.J. Suarez. Please proceed.
Thank you very much, Majority Leader. Mr. Chairman, I've been listening to the opinions and positions of the various stakeholders with regards to our proposed amendments for the Constitution. And a lot of their concern is based on patriotism and nationalism. Ang sinasabi po nila na pag pinayagan po natin na buksan ang ating edukasyon sa pagpasok ng mga foreign players ay baka mawala ang nasyonalismo at pagmamahal sa bansa. So gusto ko lang po malaman mula po sa ating mga resource persons kung saan po nang gagaling ang pangamba o kung ito ba talaga ay may basehan para sabihin ninyo na mawawala ang nasyonalismo at pagmamahal natin sa bansa kung pumasok ang mga foreign direct investments in education. To the representatives from UP, I think this was...
Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair, and to the Speaker. Hindi naman po ang question po ay nawawala, no? Ang ating nasyonalismo at patriotismo ang concern. I think it's because we have an existing problem that is not na hindi ganon ang appreciation, no? being an educator for several years already and being part of informal education across the country, as my capacity as a visual artist, lilimitahan ko lang po muna roon, yung appreciation ng ating kultura ay napakaliit po. And it's founded on because wala po tayong proper training masyado para doon sa mga magiging culture bearers natin at saka yung mga artist na magtuturo doon sa mga far-flung areas natin. There is our appreciation for love of country among our young people probably, yung pang perception namin bilang educators, and we've talked about this with fellow teachers rin on several workshops, and fellow artists, is that it's still wanting, So maganda sana is i-address natin in strengthening that with our existing systems sa edukasyon, both sa CHED at saka sa DepEd, bago tayo mag-imbita nung ating mga... So the concern is from that point of reference.
Kayo po ba ay nag-aral sa abroad?
Opo, ako po yung naging isang Fulbright scholar sa United States po.
Congratulations. Nung kayo po ay nag-aral sa abroad, nabawasan po ba yung pagmamahal niyo sa Pilipinas?
Mas lumakas po. Kasi nakita ko yung sarili ko on an outside, the oculus. Hindi dahil sa impluensya ng isang foreign education. Pero because I was taken out from my comfort zone, was able to observe my country more. Nagkaroon ako ng mga metrics in which to measure or probably compare other educational system from us. Hindi dahil sa inilalagay ko, kumbaga nirarank ko yung Pilipinas. Meron tayong unique ideals as a country, na ayoko parang ginagamit yung ranking system as a basis kung nag-fail tayo or nag-succeed tayo. Meron tayong mga unique metrics kumbaga sa ating bansa. Pero naroon po, nagkaroon ako ng pagkakataon na pag-aralan muli kung ano yung mga kinakailangan nating gawin para ma-improve nating appreciation sa ating art, sa ating culture at ating appreciation sa mga nationalist ideals ng ating bansa.
So maraming salamat. So yung position po is may pangamba na kung pumasok po ang foreign influence in education, we might lose nationalism. We have evidence right here that just said, sir, you studied abroad and yet you didn't lose your nationalism. In fact, your love for your country was even strengthened by the fact that you were schooled abroad. So maraming salamat. Would the other resource persons like to expound on this point?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. In my case, I do believe that the fear of losing nationalism and patriotism is founded upon a thought process or an ideology where people think that you need to enforce it in school, and the school needs to be owned, majority owned by Filipinos for this to be enforced. However, I've found that historically, people naturally become more patriotic the moment their economy actually becomes a better performing one. The case of Japan during the Meiji Restoration is a very important thing that needs to be noted. Under the Meiji Restoration of Japan, the Japanese aggressively sought to westernize themselves, to turn themselves into Europeans and Americans in many ways by copying and learning the ways of doing things done by Westerners, learning technologies from the West, and even dressing like Westerners. Worse than that, they even really got their top students to learn foreign languages, and they even thought of changing their own official language in Japan to either English, German, or French. This is known as the Kokugo no Mondai. So they thought this before. However, as a result of their efforts at modernizing themselves through Westernization, Japan became a powerful country in terms of their economy and their military. and they won several wars against the Russians and the Chinese. And this actually strengthened their pride, such that by the time World War I ended, the Japanese were invited to the signing of the Treaty of Versailles as if they were among the top nations of the world, sitting and standing side by side with the European and American colonial powers. And as a result of this, the Japanese actually ended up becoming much more nationalistic because of the results of their success. I believe that if we focus on becoming a successful country economically and in many other things, technologically and in terms of education, we will naturally become very patriotic and nationalistic. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Shabad.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Your Honor, there's this old book by John Naisbitt, Global Paradox. Based on this study, the more countries get integrated into the world economy, actually they start becoming more patriotic. That tends to be, but even to the extent that regions, meaning smaller cultural groups within countries, also start becoming more patriotic about their cultural identity, their language, and their history and heritage. No? That is because it reacts to the integration process. Now, I wanted to say, sir, yung pangamba tungkol sa 60-40, yung pagtanggal ng 60-40. Actually, as a corporate lawyer, I wanted to emphasize that the 60-40, 70-30, or any equity restriction or percentage restriction is actually a faulty and it's a wrong technique for controlling an economy or controlling a sector. There are better ways to control and prevent control by the foreign devils, and it is really through legislation that targets national or particular public interest targets, no? But not through equity restrictions, because equity restrictions tend to be, they has too many loopholes, no? And we end up actually allowing more capital under the radar and in a less transparent way by forcing them to go through this 60-40 process. The best option will be to remove any reference to any equity restriction, transfer this to Congress, where Congress can impose the necessary restrictions and necessary control measures to ensure public interest.
Thank you very much, Dr. Attorney Abad. Dr. Garcia? Okay, on to my next point, Mr. Chair. Would you know of any countries that have opened up their education to foreign ownership? Can you cite a few examples? Yes, whoever feels free.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I would say, yeah, that we have Vietnam, Malaysia, Singapore. So many other countries in Southeast Asia actually don't even have restrictions against foreign ownership of educational institutions at least within their constitution. They don't have them.
Okay, let's focus on Vietnam. You mentioned Vietnam. Has the Vietnamese lost their culture?
No, they have not.
I think they're a very proud race.
They're very, very proud of who
They're
they
very
are.
proud of their tourism. I've seen a lot of their ads where they promote a lot of their history and how they became Vietnam now. I don't see them losing their identity, and yet they have opened. Is that correct?
That is correct.
And how has the Vietnamese economy fared so far compared to that of the Philippines?
They are actually a shining star. They are like a star player in ASEAN. So they are actually one of the more successful, I'd say, success stories of the region. So they are doing very well economically. Yes.
And would you attribute that education plays a major role to the success of Vietnam?
Yes, Your Honor, it does. I would say the education sectors opening up to foreign universities and other higher education institutions, helped to equip many Vietnamese citizens to be able to meet the needs of many of the incoming foreign companies that have been coming in droves into Vietnam.
Dr. Garcia, I understand that you have studied abroad in a lot of universities, schools, and taught as well. With what has Mr. Arayon Dum shared in Vietnam, do you see some sort of similarity in other countries that you have visited and taught in?
The most advanced Southeast Asian countries, those that have industrialized, have very strong education sectors. And these education sectors have also been liberalized. As I was saying earlier, strengthening history and Filipino identity can be pursued at the same time that we liberalize the education sector. In fact, it sharpens, as was argued, it sharpens the nationalism of a lot of the Filipinos who study abroad, including Jose Rizal. No, a lot of the most nationalistic Filipinos, a lot of them actually studied abroad. And they brought with them that stronger nationalism, stronger than, in fact, the people who have stayed just in the Philippines. And that's something that we've seen in history as well.
Thank you very much for sharing. Can I just ask the DepEd, in terms of competitiveness, how have Filipinos fared in terms of educational performance to our neighbor countries in the Southeast Asia?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The recent assessments that were undertaken revealed that the Philippines is not doing so well relative to its ASEAN neighbors. And it is for this reason that we are really working on reforms within the Department of Education.
So you would agree when I say that we are lagging behind?
That's correct. That's correct, Mr. Chair.
And as we lag behind, it is right for me to say that the other countries are moving forward.
In terms of the assessments that we referred to earlier, yes, they tend to have higher scores, Mr. Chair.
So, therefore, there is an existing gap.
Definitely, Mr. Chair. The Secretary, the Vice President has acknowledged this at the onset, that there are many gaps that we need to address in terms of basic education.
And if there is an existing gap, how do you suggest we address this gap and allow Filipinos and the next generation of Filipinos be more competitive in the global market?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The department is now implementing the Matatag agenda. And it is a multifaceted approach to address the different concerns in basic education. So we have revised the curriculum. We are rolling it out to focus on the real essential core competencies. We are expediting our infrastructure program. In fact,
and you're confident that once you implement this Matatag curriculum, makakasabay na ang Pilipino sa mga ibang bansa?
Yep. Mr. Chair, it is my personal belief that whatever we do now, we will really see the results in 20 years. But in 20 years, because from the kindergarten now all the way to the completion of basic ed. But what we are hoping
in 20 years, Yusek, our Constitution would have been 57 years old by then. In 20 years, our neighboring countries would have been way ahead. So what you're saying is, let's wait for 20 years and not allow inputs, foreign assistance to come into the country in order to fast-track the development of our children?
Mr. Chair, on the contrary, What we are saying is the foreign entry into basic education, because DepEd is only concerned with basic education, can already be done under the current legal framework. We already
Because
have,
based on your statement yesterday, you mentioned you were against, correct?
we are concerned with the provision that control and administration will be removed from the Philippine government in case it is legislated. What we are saying, Mr. Chair,
But
is
insofar as it's legislated, isn't Congress that is given the power to legislate the laws?
yeah, precisely, Mr. Chair.
And don't you think Congress will have enough foresight to make sure that the proper laws that will govern the education system with the entrance of foreign entities into our system will provide such security?
Mr. Chair, the concern of the department is that we are implementing these reforms now, and the department is of the position that the implementation of the curriculum should remain under government regulation, Mr. Chair.
Well, ako kasi, I don't know if my fellow legislators have the same level of patience, but unfortunately, God did not bless me with patience. And I don't think I can wait another 20 years and expect a generation of Filipinos to be of the same level as those in our ASEAN countries. And we are just talking about ASEAN countries. We're not even talking about Western countries or European countries, just the ASEAN. And you're saying, with the formula that you're presenting now, mag-antay po kayo ng 20 years. Ako po, sasabihin ko na po sa inyo, hindi po ako makakapag-antay ng 20 years.
Mr.
Dahil
Chair.
yung panganay po namin ni Congresswoman Ana, she's 12. We have twins that are 9. If you want me to wait for 20 years, our youngest will be 29 years old. I'm sorry, I can't wait that long.
If I may, Mr. Chair.
Anyway, on to my next point. Nandito po ba yung representatives mula sa private schools? Are they still with us? Mr. Chair, the representatives from the private school.
I think we still have a representative here. Please proceed, Representative Suarez.
Yes, we still have to.
Based on your opinions yesterday, you mentioned that, no, not you, it was somebody else. Is there any representative from the private school sector? Ma'am, are you from Adamson, right? Am I correct?
Yes, sir. Unfortunately, I went out to bring my Attorney Monsod and the wife out because, you know, they might be imbalanced. So I wasn't able to follow the discussion, Your Honor, until
Yes, I just
came
wanted
back.
to ask you.
Yes, sir.
Ma'am, yes. Yesterday, I was listening to your opinion on the proposed amendments. And can you just kindly summarize that, very short, what your concern was?
In the first place, we are against the amendment of the educational provisions on account of the fact that there's certain concerns that we raised, especially as regards land acquisition, and the fact that there is academic freedom on the part of the university, which has to be recognized under the Constitution as well, that they can mandate certain subjects which might be deemed detrimental to the national patrimony or to nationalism. And thirdly, this is as regards incentives that might prove to be a reverse discrimination against Filipinos and in favor of the foreign entity.
Yes. Thank you. So, ang isang pangamba po ninyo ay kompetisyon. Kompetisyon.
Opo.
So, baka sa pagpasok ng dayuhan dito sa edukasyon, sa kolehiyo, kung saan po kayo napapabilang, mas lalaki ang kompetisyon. Tama po ba yun?
Opo.
But hindi po ba kayo naniniwala na competition breeds excellence?
Well, we have the Philippine competition law, sir. I understand.
No, I mean, competition generally breeds excellence. Like as we have more players, more universities, more colleges, and more institutions that can provide alternative learning and more modern and technologically advanced education system, don't you think a better generation of Filipinos can be produced?
Yes, sir. We understand, and we do not, in a sense, we do understand that there will be competition, but we believe that there is no need to open it up to 100% foreign ownership. Yun lang naman po. Gusto lang ho namin ipagpatuloy yung nasa transnational higher education law na pinapasa po ninyo noong 2019. Masubukan lang muna bago natin gawin yung amendment to the Constitution. Yun lang po yung hinihiling namin.
Kasi nabanggit nyo rin po kahapon, ma'am, that you sent a lot of your professors, a lot of your teachers abroad to train. Correct? Was that you that mentioned that? For training?
Yes, we did.
I remember.
Yes.
So you send them abroad, you allow them to train, be educated with what's happening in the global arena when it comes to specific courses, and then they come back.
Yes, sir.
And then they share that knowledge.
Well, we hope that they will come back. Some of them don't.
Yeah. So actually, that's a real big problem that we have.
Yeah, that's true.
Because you would also agree with me when I say that there is a vacuum when it comes to Filipino talent and ingenuity that is happening in our country. That a lot of our best and the brightest are being benefited by other countries and other nations.
Well, that is also true, sir. This is a sad reality that we face, but it is more a question of better
Opportunities.
compensation.
Yes.
Now,
better-
compensation, I would like to think it is more of compensation than anything else, because if I were to receive better compensation here, why would I leave for abroad and leave my family?
Well, absolutely correct. No? So I
Yes,
mean,
sir.
if we had a better environment that can
Yes, sir.
provide for your increasing needs,
Yes,
then
sir.
therefore there's more reason for you to stay here. Correct?
Of course, sir.
So, Mr. Dumdum, you went abroad. You're an OFW.
Yes, that's right, Your Honor. I was an OFW for more than 20 years and just got back last January.
Why did you leave?
Well, I left because I was actually being cyberbullied. And
Now, why did you leave the Philippines?
oh, why did I leave the Philippines? Oh, okay. I left the Philippines because there was an offer from within the company that I was working for in the Philippines. So I was working for Microsoft Philippines before. I was earning quite a good salary, but then there was an offer from the Microsoft Singapore office, which was going for like, I guess, 4 times the gross amount, which if we look at the net amount, was actually 5 times what my net was in the Philippines. So it was a no-brainer.
But I'm sure you weren't the only Filipino abroad, no?
No, there were so many of us.
A lot of Filipinos. Where were you based?
I was based in Singapore, Your
And
Honor.
there's a large Filipino community there.
That's right.
In the Filipino community abroad, you still enjoy adobo?
Yes, we do.
You still enjoy chicken joy?
Yes, we do.
Pancit palabok?
Yes, we do.
You still go to Sunday Mass?
Yes, we do.
You still carry that bayanihan spirit?
Yes, we do.
That's very Filipino. And yet you're abroad. So those that say that, just because you're influenced abroad, that you're going to lose your patriotism and nationalism, I think there's no basis to say that.
There is no basis at all.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Your
I
Honor.
just want to get to the graph of, since she's here now, and I've been delaying my interpolations because I wanted to ask the good congresswoman if I can borrow and steal her data. Can you just put that up on screen? Kasi medyo nangamba po ako dito eh. Hindi yung performance ng mga bata natin. The previous one. Oo. Yung isa pa. Yan. So, just previous one. Just one. That one. So let's go back to this, and I will try to explain this in the best of my abilities. This is supposedly the top 25% of the Philippines on the left side in comparison to the top 25 of the other countries. And you can see clearly, based on the review by the EDCOM 2 report, that Philippines to Cambodia, Philippines to Indonesia, to Malaysia, to Thailand, to Brunei, to Vietnam, and Singapore, we fail. Unfortunately, we fail. And this graph will not change if we don't change the system. It will get worse. If we follow what the good USEC has said and wait for another 20 years before they can implement fully the Mantatag, unfortunately, that gap will increase. And the question is, what will happen to the generation of Filipinos? We will be stealing the opportunity from them to have a better life. And we will be stealing from them the opportunity to have gainful employment. We'll be stealing from them the opportunity for them to attain their dreams when they were a child. And I think, and I am in the position, that is the most anti-nationalistic position that you can have. I think that is the most unpatriotic position anybody can have, is to deprive the Filipinos of a better opportunity and to decide what is good for them. To tell them that this is what you can do when you can have something better is anti-Filipino. When you tell them na hanggang dito lang kayo kasi ito sa palagay namin ang mas nararapat, kaso lang meron palang mas maganda na nag-aantay kung pupunta tayo dito, I think that is unpatriotic. And if you truly love the Philippines and the Filipinos, let the Filipinos blossom in every opportunity available in the world, regardless of boundaries and borders. So, Mr. Chairman, thank you very much. That is my short interpolation. Maraming salamat.
Thank you, Representative Suarez, floor leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize the honorable gentleman from APIC Party List, the Honorable Sergio Daguo.
Representative Dago, please proceed with your interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. Do we have online Dr. Araral? Nandyan? Mr. Chair, can I ask the good doctor for some clarificatory questions with regards to his presentation yesterday morning? Hindi po, wala siyang audio. Pati siguro sa Congress, papasukan na natin ng foreign direct investment kasi ganito palagi. Para gaganda naman yung ano natin, audio.
Sumasang-ayon na ho ba kayo sa charter change? Kung ganon, sir.
Sir, can
Sir, I'm
you
available.
hear me, sir?
Can you hear me, Congressman? I can hear you.
Yes,
Thank you.
Please
Thank-
proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I ask, respectfully ask, Mr. Chair, Dr. Edward, based on your presentation, it is stated that removing the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution, no, one, necessary but not sufficient condition. Ano po yung other conditions? Bakit po by just amending or removing this the present provisions of the Constitution not sufficient?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In the example I gave yesterday about Vietnam, Vietnam does not have the constitutional restrictions, and they have a lot of liberal policies when it comes to foreign direct investments. So wala pong legal restrictions, but it's not enough. As indicated yesterday, in order for them to attract a lot of foreign investments to the tune of $24 billion, they need to have very good infrastructure, special economic zones, ports, cheap electricity, which is 50% lower than the Philippines, very competitive salaries and wages, very low inflation, average of 3%, very low taxes at 20% corporate income tax rate compared to 30% in the Philippines in the past. Yun po yung mga additional conditions in addition to removing the legal restrictions, Your Honor.
Thank you, Doctor. Isn't it if those are some of the other conditions, isn't it that this will become an issue of chicken and egg? Ano pong uunahin ng Pilipinas? In my humble view, no, I am not an economist. Yung pong, for example, inflation, para bababa siya, kailangan ma-improve yung ating economy. So, kung wala po tayong, based on the premise of this exercise na ginagawa natin ngayon, kailangan po nating magpapasok ng foreign direct investment para nga bababa yung inflation, magkaroon ng trabaho, at kung ano-ano pa. So, for me, this is an issue of chicken and egg. Pwede po bang mauna yung inflation pagpababa para wala tayong gagawin muna na FDI? Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Your Honor. Sa tingin ko po ay hindi ito kailangan chicken and egg. Hindi ito sequential. Mauna muna isa over the other. Pwede naman pagsabayin. For example, marami na rin ginawa ang Congress to lower the tax through CREATE. Meron na diyang infrastructure, maraming infrastructure projects in the pipeline. So marami na pong ginagawa na nasa kondisyon. Ang problema po sa Pilipinas, Your Honor, ang reputasyon po ng Pilipinas among investors sa ngayon, para po tayong Philippine Airlines. Ang Philippine Airlines, pinagtatawanan na plane always late. Pero pag titignan natin ngayon, number one na Philippine Airlines sa being the timeliest airline in the whole of Asia. So we suffer from a very bad press, very bad reputation. So kinakailangan po isama na talaga yan that the Philippines really is open for business. Talo po tayo sa reputation building, brand building kasi matagal po tayo nakilala na very high tax, very very protectionist, at marami tayong mga problema. Kailangan na pong sabihin sa buong mundo na we are open for business.
Thank you. Dito po sa isang parameters o factor in Vietnam na lower power cost. Ano po yung nakikita ninyong dahilan? Bakit mababa po yung singil ng kuryente sa Vietnam, Mr. Chair?
Mr. Chair, sa Vietnam po, 75% ng kanilang energy source ay galing sa dalawang sources. Number one is coal, and number two is hydropower. 75% po yan. So, mura po. Halos walang cost, walang additional cost ang kanilang hydropower, which is about 25%. At yung coal nila, mixture po ito ng imported as well as local. Ang Pilipinas po, ang coal natin is about 30%, if I'm not mistaken. Tapos marami tayong ini-import na na oil and gas. Malaki din yung renewable natin pero hindi tayo we're not as close to them. So in other countries po, Malaysia and Thailand and Indonesia, subsidized po ang kanilang electricity. Kasi they are oil and gas producing countries. Kaya mas mababa sa kanila. Sa atin po walang subsidy kaya mas mataas tayo.
Sa Vietnam po ba, Mr. Chair, walang government subsidy?
Wala po.
Anong porsyento, Mr. Chair, yung part ng generation mix sa Vietnam ang coal?
50 plus po, 50 to 53%.
Alam po ba ng ating resource person na dito sa Pilipinas ay we are now in the energy transition. So, ibig sabihin, repurpose na po natin yung mga coal-fired power plants natin at esara because we are no longer supporting additional construction of fossil fuel power plant. So, paano po natin makopya yung sa Vietnam kung ganun po yung direksyon ng ating gobyerno, Mr. Chair?
I'm familiar with energy transition, Your Honor, because I work in Saudi Arabia. I consult for the government of Saudi Arabia and UAE and Kazakhstan as well. So in the short term, Your Honor, although I'm not a deep expert as you are, Your Honor, you represent the electric cooperatives. In the transition literature, darating po ang panahon na tataas pa ang presyo ng oil and gas and coal sapagkat wala nang investments pumapasok sa oil and gas. Mga majors po hindi na sila nag-i-invest. At isama mo na diyan ang continuing war sa Ukraine at saka yung problema sa Panama Canal, problema sa Suez Canal. So structurally tataas po ang presyo ng oil and gas. So, pero ang problema po sa Pilipinas, Your Honor, is not just yung presyo ng source ng electricity natin kasi tayo ay archipelago, yung mga island provinces po natin ay dehado. I work in Mindoro, wala pong planta ng electricity sa Mindoro. We use barge. Kaya pa Christmas light po ang sa Mindoro, siguro alam niyo yan. And other island provinces. Mas mahal ang presyo ng island provinces kasi dependent po sila sa mga generator, mga diesel. Alam niyo ng mga kasama natin sa Mindanao, sa Tawi-Tawi. Kaya mas mahal po ang ating kuryente dahil mga generator po ang ginagamit sa kanila. Kung ako po ninyo tatanungin, hindi naman po kalayuan sa Pilipinas ay yung Bakun Dam dyan sa Malaysia. Excess capacity po yan. Mura lang po electricity, hydropower. Namimili na po ang Singapore sa Bakun Dam. Hindi naman po malayo yan sa Palawan. So bakit hindi tayo bumili ng Bakun electricity sa Malaysia? So alam ko pong mahirap itulak ngayon ang coal power plant kasi marami tayong batas that is against coal power plant. But in other countries, they have more enlightened policies, Your Honor. That is, pinayagan nilang coal power plant pero may mga scrubber po, may carbon capture at kailangan ng carbon offset. Pag magtayo ka ng coal power plant, kailangan mayroong carbon capture yan and mga scrubber. At kailangan mo ng carbon offset. So in that sense, nagtatayo pa po sila ng mga coal power plant. Katulad po ng China, they're going towards decarbonization and renewable energy and yet they continue to build more coal power plants kasi yan po ang mura. Yan po magpapababa ng presyo ng kuryente. Pero hindi po politically acceptable sa Pilipinas na sabihin ninyo na magtayo ng coal power plant kasi maraming anti-environmental groups. Pero yun po ang katotohanan dyan. Kaya mura ang Vietnam kasi coal and hydropower po sila.
So, Mr. Chair, you agree with me na yung isang parameter na yan na cheaper power cost or electricity na isa sa mga hindrance ng FDI sa Pilipinas ay mahirap talaga nating makamit because of our situation, Mr. Chair.
I agree, Your Honor, especially sa manufacturing. Na de-industrialize na po tayo. Wala na tayo halos manufacturing kasi mahal ang labor cost, mahal ang electricity.
So, since this afternoon's interpretation is with regards to Article 14, no? Section 2, Paragraph 2 on education. Dito ba sa 24 billion US dollars na FDI sa presentation mo sa Vietnam, magkano po dito yung sa educational institution?
Maliit lang po. Hindi siya mismo yung volume or money na pumapasok. Ang contribution po ng mga foreign universities sa Vietnam is they were able to train 132,000 Vietnamese na nag-study abroad. Marami po dyan mag-aaral muna sa mga local branches ng foreign universities sa Vietnam. At pagkatapos ng kanilang third year, fourth year, lalabas po sila, mag-aaral po sila sa Australia, sa US. And so affordable po sa kanila, mag-aaral sila sa Vietnam. They save 3 years and then 1 year po sa abroad. So win-win situation po. And in that sense, sila po yung nagpapatakbo ngayon ng mga foreign direct investments sa Vietnam. Kasi po yung mga multinational, they would prefer yung mga managers and employees nila na marunong sa English at nakapag-aral abroad. Kaya po mataas ang demand ng mga foreign educated workers sa Vietnam, Your Honor.
Sa Vietnam ba, marami po ba tayo, Mr. Chair, na mga educational institution na nagbibigay ng trainings o pag-aaral? Mayroon pong mga campus ba ang iba't ibang bansa na nasa Vietnam ngayon?
Marami po. Sa presentation po ni Orion Perez kahapon, meron pong at least 10 na mga offshore branches ng mga foreign universities. Ang pinakamagaling at pinakamatanda po dyan yung Royal Melbourne Institute of Technology. So very selective po yung Vietnam. Hindi naman nila basta-basta binubuksan para sa lahat. Kinukuha nila yung mga what is in demand, what is strategically needed. So technology-based universities ang kanilang kinukuha. At saka yung mga business-based universities that allows them to train their people to run these multinational companies in Vietnam, Your Honor.
Bakit po, Mr. Chair, kailangan pang mag-aaral nila sa labas kung mayroong mga foreign educational institution na already established campuses in Vietnam? Bakit kailangan pa pong lalabas sila, Mr. Chair?
Iba po talaga ang experience pagka ikaw ay nakalabas ng ibang bansa. Hindi po sapat ang hindi po pareho ang degree ng Harvard kung ikaw ay Harvard Vietnam kumpara kung ikaw ay pupunta ng Harvard sa United States.
Mr. Chair, Doctor, do you have an idea magkano po yung foreign direct investment na itataya ng isang foreign educational institution if that foreign educational institution puts up a campus, for example, in our country? Mga magkano po yung kanyang foreign direct investment?
Mr. Chair, wala po akong exact figure but I can hazard some guess. Based po sa presentation ni Chairman Popo yesterday, sa Malaysia po, doon sa Special Economic Zone na tinatawag nilang Edu City, yung lupa and infrastructure, yung mga kalsada and mga facilities, lumang building, yan po ay subsidized ng gobyerno. So ang dala po ng foreign investment dyan ay yung kanilang faculty. Yan po pinakamalaking cost na kanilang and based po sa presentation ni Chair Popo yesterday, it will take about 5 years bago kumita ang isang foreign university. But I can give you some ideas, Mr. Chair. Sa Indonesia, yung Monash University, Jakarta, bagong bukas lang po ito last year. Mga estudyante ko po na natuturo na doon. Tinignan ko po magkano kanilang mga tuition fee. Mahal po. Ang kanilang first year course, masteral course in public administration, pumapalo po ng 1 million pesos. 1 year pa lang, public administration. So mahal po. mahal kasi you are paying foreign faculty. Hindi ka pwede naman magre-recruit ng local faculty. Sabi mong ang brand name mo ay Australian University but you recruit local faculty. Walang papasok sa inyo. So you have to bring foreign faculty and the faculty has to be paid in their own currency. So talo po kasi they get local currency, they get paid in local currency, but they have to pay the salaries in terms of Australian or US dollars. So mahal po ang operating cost ng pagpapatakbo ng university, Your Honor.
So, ibig sabihin, am I right to say na in as far as foreign direct investment is concerned, maliit lang po talaga ang contribution sa mga educational institution?
Yung actual money po ay maliit, hindi po 'yun ang magdadala ng pera sa bansa. Ang dadali po ng foreign universities ay one, and depende po sa anong ipapasa ng Kongreso. Kung sasabihin ng Kongreso, we would warmly welcome foreign universities that bring in research, technology, management, expertise, at hindi sila magko-compete sa mga kung saan na tayo magaling. For example, magaling na tayo sa nursing, sa medicine, for example. Pero kung sasabihin ng Kongreso po na we will bring in expertise on nuclear power, for example, wala tayong capacity on nuclear power. We will welcome foreign universities to bring offshore campuses na magaling sa renewable energy o kaya sa railways o kaya sa AI. Yan po yung kanilang investment na dadalhin, hindi po yung pera. So, wala po tayong ganyang mga expertise. Sa halip na po tayo magpapadala ng ating mga estudyante abroad, ay isa-isa, 5, 10, hindi kulang po. Ang wala sa Pilipinas, wala po tayong concentration of high technical and skilled talent. So if Congress allows it, you should invite universities with high value add sa Philippine economy. Not in monetary terms, but to bring in their expertise and mature technologies that can easily be replicated sa Pilipinas po.
Thank you, Doctor. In case we will remove this restriction and include our basic education to be open for foreign educational institution. Do you believe na pupunta sila sa mga far-flung areas to serve the areas where DepEd is now serving? Do you believe on that?
Hindi po. Nagtrabaho po ako po ay taga Mindanao at nagtrabaho po ako sa Mindoro. So yung mga foreign investors, of course, hindi sila pupunta sa mga far-flung areas kasi they need a lot of capital. And the truth, Your Honor, is that in ASEAN countries, hindi naman nila ino-open ang kanilang basic education sa foreign investments. Binubuksan po nila sa higher education.
So, in the case of Vietnam, Mr. Chair, tertiary lang ang kanilang ino-open, not the basic education. Am I
Correct.
right, Mr. Chair?
You're correct, Mr. Chair.
So, thank you for that. No. Final question, Doctor. Doon po sa other parameters, no, that hinders the entry of foreign direct investment in as far as Vietnam is concerned, anong porsyento po yung cost of electricity? Anong porsyento siya?
Well, kung ang company po ay nag-ooperate siya sa manufacturing, malaking pong porsyento 'yan kasi malaking kakainin ng electricity. Kasi po sa Vietnam, karamihan ng kanilang foreign investments ay nandoon sa electronics industry po. So yan po ay automated. Yan po ay high energy consumption. Tapos mababa lang po ang component ng low wage labor dyan. High skilled workers po yan. I don't have the exact percentage, Your Honor, but suffice it to say na malaki ang component cost ng electricity para sa automated manufacturing sa Vietnam, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, in the case of Vietnam, Doctor, nauna po ba yung pagpasok ng foreign direct investment on educational institution sa tertiary, then after they acquire the expertise, the skills, and the knowledge, saka lang po ba nagkaroon ng massive industrialization? Ganun po ba nangyari, Mr. Chair?
Nagsimula po sila, Mr. Chair, sa low-skilled jobs, garments and shoes. Nung nagbukas po sila nung late 1980s. Yung pagpasok po ng mga foreign universities, nangyari po yan the last 15, 20 years. Nung tumaas na po ang purchasing power ng mga Vietnamese at tumaas na rin ang demand for English speaking and business management courses. Marami po mga Pilipino nagtatrabaho sa Vietnam 20 years ago because yung mga multinationals katulad ng mga Taiwanese, Japanese, South Korean, familiar po sila sa mga manager ng mga Pilipino. So, mga Pilipino hinahire nila pero mas mahal po ang sweldo ng mga Pilipino. At saka nung dumami po ang foreign investment sa Vietnam, tumaas din po ang demand ng mga managers kaya tumaas ang demand for foreign universities na pumasok po sa Vietnam. So nauna po muna ang kanilang industrialization, sumunod po ang pagpasok ng mga foreign universities, Your Honor.
Mr. Chair, nung marami na pong mga campuses yung mga foreign educational institutions, wala po bang other effects doon sa kanilang kultura? Like for example, palagi ko pong nababasa sa dyaryo o nakikita sa mga news na in the US, uso po yung shooting, no? Yung shooting inside the school campus. Wala po bang mga ganong pangyayari sa Vietnam nung marami nang pumasok na foreign educational institutions?
Wala po, Your Honor. I can safely walk sa gabi sa Hanoi. Galing lang po ako doon 3 months ago. Very safe po ang Vietnam. And ang Vietnam po, yung pagpasok ng mga foreign educational institutions did not even lower the sense of patriotism and nationalism ng mga Vietnamese. Very nationalistic po ang mga Vietnamese. They were able to beat the French, the Americans, and they fought the Chinese. And yet they are the most welcoming among the ASEAN countries without diluting their sense of patriotism. Kasi po ang kanilang brand of nationalism, Mr. Chair, is a confident, outward-looking nationalism. Hindi po sa ibang bansa na takot and inward-looking nationalism.
So, in short, kahit may pumasok na tagalabas, wala pong nagbago, walang mga sabihin na natin na mga negative implications doon sa kanilang kultura at iba pang sa lipunan.
I've been there for 18 years now, Mr. Chair, so I can confidently say ang nagbago lang yumaman ng Vietnam. Pero sa kultura nila, they're still very patriotic and nationalistic despite opening up to globalization.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Hindi ko na ubusin yung 10 minutes ko kasi marami pang magtatanong. At least naliwanagan lang ako tungkol sa issue. So, to summarize, medyo hindi po siguro tama yung isama natin yung basic education. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you,
Doctor. Thank you.
From the APEC Party List, Honorable Sergio Dago, thank you very much for your interpellation. And also, we thank the Associate Professor Eduardo Araral for answering. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, with the permission of the Chair and the members of this Committee of the Whole, may I move that we recognize Dr. Leonardo Lanzona, Jr., Professor, Department of Economics at Ateneo de Manila University, to state their inputs with regards to RBH 7.
The Professor of the Department of Economics at Ateneo de Manila University, Dr. Leonardo A. Lanzona, Jr. is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you to the other people who are in this particular plenary. I'd like to talk about basically the experience of Asian countries in terms of their development. And the literature has provided enough evidence that there are significant technological spillovers coming from developed countries to the low-income countries. It would seem that lower-income countries can benefit from the innovations that originate from the developed countries, but these benefits can only be attained if these countries simultaneously interact with the developed countries through trade and by lifting restrictions in education to generate domestic technological capabilities. Innovation is recognized as a necessary factor of industrialization and growth in developing countries, but is costly, risky, and path-dependent. And even now, groundbreaking innovation is highly concentrated in rich countries, linked with specific forms of university research, science, capacity, and amongst a small number of firms. Therefore, external sources of technology account for a large component of productivity growth in most developing countries. If foreign technologies were easy to diffuse and adopt, a country with meager technological capacity could follow a catch-up strategy and more rapidly deploy the advanced technologies. Currently, this positive association between innovation and growth is one of the emerging consensus, ranging from broad diffusion and impacts of mobile technologies to associated value-added financial and health services. Many studies have shown that optimal investment in innovation does not really depend on economic conditions, but on incentives and non-economic restrictions that prevent countries from having the capacity to take advantage of the current technology. In the case of the Philippines, this lack of capacity originates from the restriction of allowing more foreign participation in the educational sector. The Philippine Constitution restricts foreign ownership of education institutions to 40% and prohibits them entirely from teaching except in exceptional cases. In other Asian countries, however, universities paid more attention to research in recent decades, prompted by government incentives in these countries, so that firms could collaborate with the industrial sector or educational systems can collaborate with the industrial sector to assimilate the transfer of foreign technology and make adaptations necessary for foreign technology to fit within the local, technical, economic, and social context. By allowing more foreign participation in the educational system, in terms of investment and labor, the country is expected to experience the following. First, greater efficiency in the production of quality education. Less qualified educators and lower standard institutions will be weeded out by the competition process. Along with adequate regulation, the lower quality inputs from abroad will presumably not be allowed to enter the country. Second, given equal access to these schools, graduates from this system will best be able to manage the changes in the labor market, since education quality and innovation can be expected to create greater employment opportunities. Empirical evidence suggests that innovation tends to create rather than destroy jobs. In effect, the education system becomes competitive in a way that improves quality. Third, while supporting research and development investments and promoting emerging high-tech sectors can be the means for fostering competition and economic growth and job creation, it is necessary that education reforms be complemented by educational liberalization. In other words, while countries were trying to reform their educational systems, they were also liberalizing their education sector. It might be difficult to isolate the liberalization from the rest of the educational reforms, but it is part and parcel of the modernization program of these countries. In other words, as we try to catch up, it is important that we undertake these educational reforms, but at the same time, we must be able to liberalize our educational system. Countries in Asia, such as Singapore, South Korea, and China, have undertaken education reforms along with educational liberalization to varying extents. Through liberalization, Singapore, for instance, introduced measures to grant more autonomy to schools, while China had been working on diversifying its education system to foster creativity and innovation. South Korea has also implemented educational liberalization to reduce economic stress and encourage a more holistic approach. In other words, we can choose our own liberalization approach to one that would allow us to achieve the kind of educational system that we want. Thailand and Vietnam have also implemented educational liberalization to some extent. Liberalization has been used in Thailand in its efforts in decentralizing its educational system, giving more authority to schools and local communities. Vietnam has made efforts to modernize its education system, focusing on curriculum updates, teacher training, and increased flexibility to adapt to changing needs. The idea is that when we say liberalization, it's not a matter of just opening up the economy. We have to design the liberalization in a way that will allow us to improve the educational system. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Lanzona. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Jude Asidre of Party List Tingog for his interpellation.
The honorable gentleman from the party list Tingog, Representative Jude Asidre, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. May I be allowed to direct my questions to our resource persons?
Go ahead.
It has been repeatedly raised that the entry of foreign direct investments into higher education will effectively distort our sense of national identity. Let me quote from the statement of the Department of Education that was read yesterday. Quote, this begs the question, how can foreign entities who are not citizens of the Philippines and therefore may lack first-hand experience with Filipino culture and values to learners? Consequently, these may result in the possible dilution of the fundamental aspects of Filipino identity, culture, and values to be taught, and worse, endanger national security. Unquote. Let me raise 2 points. Whether or not direct foreign investments in higher education will indeed dilute Filipino identity, culture, and values. And second, whether or not this will endanger national security. On the first point, Mr. Chair, may I be allowed to bring back to mind a few history lessons, and would like to ask Yusek Omar Romero to answer the questions. Yusek Omar, I'm sure you are familiar, Mr. Chair, we are familiar with who founded the oldest university in Asia, UST. Yusek Omar?
Yusek Omar, you're hereby recognized.
I think it would be the Thomasian order, Mr. Chair.
Yes, that's correct. That's founded in 1605 by the Spanish Dominican Fathers upon the initiative of then the Spanish Bishop of Manila, Miguel de Benavides. How about Ateneo de Manila University, Yusek?
By the Jesuits, Mr. Chair.
Yes, founded in 1859 by the Spanish Jesuits as Escuela Municipal de Manila. Let's go down to Visayas. How about Silliman University? If the USEC, is there anyone who would know who founded? Mr. Dumdum?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Silliman University was founded by American Protestant missionaries.
Yes,
in
actually,
Dumaguete.
it was founded in 1901 by Dr. Horace Silliman, who was a retired American businessman who actually donated the university later into the Presbyterians. How about the University of the Philippines? I hope someone can tell us who founded the University of the Philippines. Yes, sir.
1908 by the American colonial government.
It was founded in 1908 through Act 1870 upon the recommendation of the American Secretary of Public Administration, Public Instruction. In fact, there are sources who said that UP was originally named the American University of the Philippines. Of course, baka sabihin namang may favoritism. How about LaSalle? LaSalle was founded in 1911 by the LaSalle brothers, all foreigners, upon the request of an American archbishop, who was Archbishop of Manila at that time, James Harty. And of course, kasi nandito yung Adamson eh. Dean Abad, may we know who founded Adamson University?
Your Honor, George Lucas Adamopoulos.
Yes, and his brother.
Yes, sir.
And his friend.
Yes,
all,
sir.
all Greek nationals.
Yes, sir.
And isn't it that George Lucas Adamopoulos, who later changed his surname to Adamson, was actually president at Adamson University until 1964?
Yes, sir. We confirm that.
Thank you, ma'am. I'm raising this point, Mr. Chair, because history would teach us that these foreign-founded colleges and universities has actually shaped our national identity, our culture, and our values. Therefore, it debunks the assertion that the participation of foreigners in higher educational institutions will dilute aspects of Filipino identity, culture, and values. History would tell us otherwise. Foreign participation in higher education in this country is not a new thing, but it has actually paved the way towards the educational system that we have right now, the Philippine educational system as we know it. And the truth, Mr. Chair, is that many of our heroes, our prominent statesmen, our government officials, our colleagues in this body are graduates of foreign universities, yet they have contributed significantly to nation building. The main problem, as I see it, is that many presume that ownership or even equity would equal or be tantamount to control by foreigners. May I direct my next set of questions to the representative of CHED, Attorney Benitez. Ma'am. First, ma'am, if foreign schools were opened in the country, would they be subject to the same regulations as other HEIs?
That can be a parameter that may be done by the Congress, Mr. Chair. So the answer is yes, they might be subjected to.
Now, would CHED have the capacity and the ability and the willingness to enforce the same rules governing higher education if Congress proposes?
Of course, Mr. Chair, yes. We will be implementing as what the law will provide, Mr. Chair.
In that case, Attorney, Mr. Chair, is it possible that similar to other ASEAN countries, CHED would require prerequisite courses as a Filipino history, Filipino culture? Can CHED also require that these prerequisite courses that's required of other HEIs be also taught in these universities?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Actually, Mr. Chair, just to provide a context also to my answer. Yesterday, I also asked the British School of Manila. Of course, they are under the Department of Education, but I asked them, so how about your curriculum? Do you teach about Philippine history? And they said yes. So in that context, Mr. Chair, yes, that can be done as well in this case, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Next, Mr. Chair, if foreign schools were to operate in the Philippines, will they be paying taxes to the Philippine government?
As the law might provide, yes, Mr. Chair.
Will these colleges and universities in hiring Filipinos be also following Philippine labor law?
As the law might provide, yes, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for those answers, Mr. Chair. Therefore, it is logical to consider that the entry of foreign investments into higher education does not necessarily mean giving up our government's mandate of providing reasonable supervision and regulation over higher education institutions. Is that right, Mr. Chair?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
So that we are not, even in allowing foreigners to participate in higher education, we're not giving up control to these foreign investors?
Because the Congress may set up parameters to safeguard those aspects, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Can we ask Mr. Dumdum to comment?
Could you please repeat the question, Your
That-
Honor?
That allowing foreigners to participate in higher education is not tantamount to giving up control to foreign investors.
Okay. My answer to that is no, it is not tantamount to giving up control, because the Philippine government will still have effective control of all institutions, including foreign ones, in the Philippines.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. On the second point, whether or not the entry of foreign investors will endanger national security, just as before, it's good to learn once more from history. On the onset of Philippine democracy, we were sending promising Filipino students to study abroad. We know them in history to be the pensionados, and would later on serve in government. I think this is a practice that continues up to these days, up to today. Mr. Chair, may I direct these questions once more to Attorney Benitez? First, do we continue to send career government employees, including faculty from our state universities and colleges, to study abroad?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, there are some financial grants also that we provide to our state universities and colleges in order to push them for purposes of faculty mobility, Mr. Chair. So the answer is yes, Mr. Chair. We provide technical and financial assistance to our state universities so that our faculty as well as SUC officials might go to abroad, Mr. Chair, for further training and enhancement of career enhancement, Mr. Chair.
How does this program of sending government scholars abroad help enhance the quality of governance or, say, education in the country?
Mr. Chair, one of the deliverables in the case of faculty members, once they are sent abroad, Mr. Chair, they have the responsibility to provide a return service, and sometimes the return service that might involve proposal for curriculum development, Mr. Chair. So whatever they see abroad, Mr. Chair, they should be able to apply it for further, of course, for enhancement. They might apply it to the institutions where they are teaching, Mr. Chair. And there are some areas, Mr. Chair, that they are also giving insights as well, Mr. Chair, not just in the area of faculty development, but as well as in governance area, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, has there been any indication that this practice of sending scholars abroad has become a threat to national security? Mr. Chair, to our CHED representative.
So far, Mr. Chair, in our dialogue with the Department of Foreign Affairs, with the Bureau of Immigration, I think their concern is with respect to some faculty members who are going there, residing there, but not security issue, Mr. Chair. When we discussed that with the DFA and Bureau of Immigration, that is one of the challenges that they have indicated. Some already residing in other countries, but not the security area, Mr. Chair. Concern.
Mr. Chair, if in case now these colleges and universities that we send scholars to are able to establish branches in the Philippines, do you think this would be helpful and a more economical alternative for the government rather than sending scholars abroad, but having these campuses themselves here so that they can deliver the same quality of instruction or learning that they afford abroad?
Mr. Chair, if we will base it in the experience of other ASEAN countries which have allowed the creation or establishment of branch campuses, I would say that yes. Of course, we should be able to take a look at the experiences of other countries because we have not yet experienced it here now. So what we can do is to take a look at the experiences of other countries, and based on the experiences of other countries, I could say that this have brought, of course, investment on these areas and on these countries and development as well. That's my answer, Mr. Chair. So yes, it might bring about development, Mr. Chair. And as I have mentioned a while ago, Mr. Chair, one area in our transnational education that we have not fully maximized is the concept of branch campuses. Branch campus, of course, yung foreign higher education institutions establishing branch campus here in the Philippines because of some limitations or restrictions on ownership, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, these representations are oblivious to the proposition that the entry of foreign colleges and universities would require a process of acculturation or say transition to allow it to sync with our national realities and thus enrich further the quality of learning in our country. But isn't it, Mr. Chair, that technology, media, pop culture has done more to weaken our national identity, culture, and values? In fact, the illusion of national identity continues in our time, even without foreign ownership, precisely because our national identity has nothing to do with foreign ownership of our higher educational institutions. May I ask Mr. Dumdum, Mr. Chair, what regulatory policies should we consider in the event the proposed amendment is approved and when Congress finally considers a legislation to allow foreign participation in higher education?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My suggestion, my personal suggestion, is that we can set up a provision that just generally mentions that all entities, whether they be Filipino or foreign-owned, are to be subject to the government of the Philippines. Something to that effect, whereby all of them must follow the laws and must comply with the requirements of them by the government. So I think that something like that could be set up.
Thank you, sir. Mr. Chair, may I recognize Yusek Omar?
Yep. Thank you, Your Honor. If I may just manifest, Your Honor, the position of DepEd is with respect to basic education, and our concern is the limitation of government control on the curriculum. That said, the DepEd completely defers to the CHED and to this honorable body on how it will handle higher education, to which the discussion is particularly limited. So, Your Honor, we don't have a problem. In fact, we respectfully defer on higher education. Thank you.
Thank you for the clarification, Yusek, Mr. Chair. But this statement, the heading of the statement that was submitted to the committee says that it is the position of DepEd in reference to the relevant proposed amendment under Resolution Number 7. And in fairness, Mr. Chair, that is not only the opinion of DepEd, but has been repeatedly raised in the deliberations yesterday and even today.
If I may, Mr. Chair, we would just like to respectfully state that the DepEd's position is limited to basic education, Mr. Chair. Thank you, sir.
Noted, Mr. Chair. To end, Mr. Chair, in our universities and college today, we teach our young how to live in a borderless world, in a borderless society. But when we try to remove borders in higher education, we panic and call it unpatriotic. Fears that foreign ownership and participation in higher education may lead to a loss of control over educational content, including the dilution of national identity, are entirely unfounded. Fears of skewed competition or an increase in the cost of education, I concede, are valid concerns. But these are concerns which, as our resource persons have pointed out yesterday, can be carefully addressed through robust regulatory frameworks to stringent quality assurance processes and policies, as well as sustained fiscal support for both public and private education stakeholders so that quality education remains accessible to all. To end, Mr. Chair, I think it's unfair to think that participation of foreigners in higher education will dilute aspects of our national identity, nor will it counter to the constitutional provision that all educational institutions shall inculcate patriotism and nationalism, nor will it be a threat to national security. Love for country, nationalism, patriotism cannot be measured by the mere fact of one's educational affiliation.
The fact that the definitive text of the 1987 Constitution is written in English, a foreign language, attests to that. After all, as the good Deputy Speaker Albano mentioned yesterday, our national hero, Dr. Jose Rizal himself, was a product of foreign education. Maraming salamat po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Well done, Congressman Judah Sidre of our party list from Tingog, Majority Leader.
Janet.
Mr. Chairman, may I request for a few minutes suspension?
Session suspended. Session.
Mr. Chairman,
Majority Leader.
I move that we suspend consideration of Article 14 in the proposed RBH as contained in proposed RBH 7, Mr. Chair.
Is there any objection? Chair hearing none, the motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, just for the information of our honorable colleagues, the schedule supposed to be for this day is to tackle Article 16 in the proposed RBH 7. However, since we had a session yesterday, we continue the deliberation today. And since our resource persons in relation to the advertising industry has already been here since this morning, we will now start with the deliberation on the proposed amendment insofar as the advertising industry is concerned, and we'll go back to the interpellators in so far as amendments to the education sector is concerned after we deal with the advertising industry. For this purpose, Mrs. Chair, I now move that we recognize Mr. Abdul Mari Imao Jr., Assistant Professor of the College of Fine Arts, University of the Philippines.
Before that,
Mr. Chairman.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, parliamentary inquiry,
Congressman
Mr. Chairman. Yes.
Zia.
Yes, Mr.
Alonzo.
Chairman. Just like to inquire because I have listed my name as one of the interpellators on the proposed amendment on our higher educational system. Is it safe to? Would it be safe to assume, Mr. Chair, that after we have discussed the advertising, we can immediately go back to the educational
Yes.
issue on education
Congressman
rather
Alonzo.
than wait
Mr.
until
Chair.
tomorrow?
No, Mr.
Because I have
Chair.
waited.
Mr. Chair, we
Majority
have 4 interpellators in the advertising industry. And I believe we will be able to finish that before resuming session. And on an estimate, we will be resuming the deliberation on the education sector after we suspend session this afternoon.
Thank you for that response, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
So, Mr. Chair, allow me to go back to my previous motion that we recognize Mr. Abdul Mari Imao Jr.,
There is a
Assistant
first motion,
Professor.
I think that you've said that we open up the advertising industry. Is there any objection? Chair hearing none, we now take that route in opening the advertising industry for the HB. Majority Leader.
I move that we recognize Mr. Abdul Mari Imao Jr., Assistant Professor of the College of Fine Arts, University of the Philippines.
The Assistant Professor of College of Fine Arts University, Professor Mr. Abdul Mari Imao Jr. is hereby recognized.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, and to your honors. I am attending in behalf of Dean Mark San Valentin of the University of the Philippines College of Fine Arts. He extends his apologies to your honors that he has had a prior scheduled meeting with the UP administrators this morning. And as he received the invitation only yesterday with regards to these deliberations. Likewise, the UP College of Fine Arts recognized the importance of these consultations with institutions and stakeholders affected by any amendments to the law. May we therefore share the College of Fine Arts Dean's opinion with regards to this matter. No? While looking to other sources of inspiration and knowledge outside the country, the Dean of the College of Fine Arts believes that the Filipino academic and industry leaders are more than capable of synthesizing this information to address the specific needs and nuances of the Filipinos. Having the best interests of the Filipinos in mind should be the deciding factor in granting control over critical institutions. Our Dean would like to assure Your Honors that the UP College of Fine Arts will participate in further meetings and consultations that would contribute to the discourse and in-depth study and recommendations with regards to the bill. He will be convening the College Executive Board to discuss the concerns and recommendations to address Congress requests for the institution's official comment and statement. And we will be submitting it to the good Congress. That is our message from the UP College of Fine Arts by Dean Mark San Valentin.
Thank you, Mr. Imao, of the Assistant Professor for the College of Fine Arts of the University of the Philippines. Majority Leader, you're recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we recognize Attorney Maria Teresa G. Faustino, Chief Trade Industry Development Specialist, Bureau of Policy Research, Department of Trade and Industry.
Attorney Teresa Faustino, the Chief of the Trade and Industry Specialist, Bureau of Policy Research, the Department of Trade and Industry, you are hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon po, Mr. Chair, and good afternoon, Your Honors. Thank you for the invitation to the Department of Trade and Industry. Since Undersecretary Fito Aldaba is currently not feeling well, I am here po to represent the Department of Trade and Industry. I would like to manifest po that the department is still currently finalizing our position paper. However, I would be making our preliminary statement, but this is without prejudice to the submission of a more sector-specific position paper. Thank you po. If I may po. So, the Department of Trade and Industry firmly supports the initiative to amend the economic provisions of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. This position is anchored on the imperative to bolster the country's attractiveness to foreign investors, accelerate economic growth, and foster a competitive business environment. Foreign investment is not just desirable but necessary for the Philippines to achieve inclusive and sustainable economic development. Such investments bring in capital, technology, management expertise, and global market access. These are resources that are paramount for industrialization and job creation. Our current economic structure, dominated by concentrated economic elite, has not sufficiently mobilized the necessary capital for risky yet potentially high-yield sectors, particularly in manufacturing and high-tech industries. Consequently, the Philippines has lagged behind its ASEAN neighbors regarding economic performance and foreign direct investment inflows. Amending the Constitution to liberalize these restrictive economic provisions will signal to the global community that the Philippines is open for business and is willing to adopt the best practices conducive to investment and competition. It will align the country with successful models of other ASEAN economies that have benefited from openness to foreign investments. We are of the view that the influx of foreign investments will create employment and help alleviate poverty. It will also spur the development of local industries through technology transfer and competition. It will also provide the government with additional revenue streams through taxes and duties. It will also enhance the development of human capital through exposure to global best practices. However, the department would like to emphasize that while constitutional reform is pivotal, it is insufficient by itself and must be accompanied by efficient governance. The DTI recognizes the need to address investors' concerns, including red tape and local government unit practices that impede business operations. The DTI is committed to working with other government agencies to streamline processes and protect investors from bureaucratic inefficiencies and corruption. In conclusion, the DTI stands with the call to amend the economic provisions of the 1987 Philippine Constitution. This is not a call for relinquishing our national interest, but rather a strategy to align with the inevitable global economic currents. It is a call for practicality, openness, and strategic action to empower the Philippine economy to reach its full potential. Thank you so much po, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Faustino of the DTI, Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I move that you recognize Attorney Rudolph Reggie Hularbal, Legal Counsel of the Ad Standards Council.
Attorney Rudolph Reggie Jularbal is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We would like to thank the House on inviting the Ad Standards Council to give its comments, particularly on Joint House Resolution 7, specifically on the provision limiting foreign investment in the advertising industry. Apparently, the constitutional intent was to protect the public given the influence and impact of advertising messages or content on the target audiences. It is for the information of the Honorable House, foreign investment has long been present in the advertising industry within the 70-30 ownership limit. In fact, about 40% of advertising agencies have foreign partners or investors. However, with technological development, which were not present when the Constitution was framed, a lot of businesses, including the advertising industry, has become borderless. This has opened financial models outside equity structures. It is also important to note that there are inherent characteristics or consideration and industry initiatives such as self-regulation through the Ad Standards Council on regulating content that are there to protect the public. In the Philippine advertising environment, content regulation depends on the advertising and related industries voluntarily submitting themselves to an agreed code of advertising standards consistent with Filipino or national identity, culture, and aspirations. With this, the AACs respectfully submits that the ownership limits set by the Constitution on the advertising industry could be modified to allow higher foreign ownership and still be able to protect the content or advertising messages that the public may be exposed to. Thank you, Your Honors.
Thank you, Attorney Jularbal. Majority Leader is recognized.
Mr. Chairman, I move that you recognize the Honorable Raul Daniel Manuel of Kabataan Party List for his interpellation.
My good friend, the Congressman from the Kabataan Party List, Raul Manuel, is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, gusto kong itanong sa resource person from DTI. So far, dahil pumunta din naman abroad ang leaders ng bansa and may mga pledges na dumadating, ilan doon yung specific sa advertising?
DTI, you're recognized, please.
When it comes to pledges, you mean yung mga IPA approved investments, I don't have a breakdown right now, but I can send it to you, Your Honor.
Because I suppose, Mr. Chair, na...
If I may po,
Okay.
no, it's not a approved investment, but I have a data with regard to the net FDIs. When it comes to net FDIs, these are actual inflows
Mr. Chair, I am referring to pledges kasi nga ang pinag-uusapan natin ay pagtanggal ng restrictions. And we want to check ano ang magiging effect nito dahil yung topic natin ay inflows, no, sa advertising. No? So, yun po yung ating tinitingnan na pledges, no, na pwedeng pumasok pero specific doon sa advertising.
So, Your Honor, if Mr. Chair, if the question is on pledges, these are approved investments that that are committed to the Philippines. But right now, I can assure po Mr. Chair that we can provide the exact number. But right now, I don't have it. Thank you.
Mr. Chair, kung matatanggal ang restrictions sa Constitution at pwede na ang 100% na foreign stake sa advertising companies, how much ang value ng projected na inflow ng foreign direct investment sa advertising?
Mr. Chair, I believe the question is at this point hypothetical, because we still haven't lifted the restriction on advertising, and even if we've been promoting all our industries, our priority industries, but since we still have the restriction, it would not be we would not have the exact number or even estimate, because that would be an entirely different business landscape in the event that the actual restriction be actually lifted.
So Mr. Chair, ibig sabihin walang foreign advertising company or any foreign entity na ang focus sa advertising, walang nagpaparamdam sa ating pamahalaan na mag-invest sila kapag na-lift ang restrictions?
Mr. Chair, I cannot answer the question of the honorable gentleman at this point, but I commit to the honorable gentleman that we will get back to you the soonest.
Just an interjection, the ADS counsel is here. Attorney Jularbal, I think, will be able to answer your question more, Congressman Manuel.
Okay, I'm willing to listen, Mr. Chair.
Attorney Jularbal?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Actually, when it comes to actual hard cash foreign investment in the advertising industry, this seems to be irrelevant already because of the borderless nature of transactions and tasks related to the advertising industry. For example, content creation can be done anywhere around the world without bringing in people into the Philippines. Advertising placements is AI, artificial intelligence. There's no need to have the analysts that used to be in the advertising industry. So whether we lift the restriction on ownership or not, it is my opinion, given this technological environment, that it is immaterial already. It has become immaterial. What is important maybe in connection with the purpose of the Constitution is content regulation. That means to say, no content should be allowed to be placed in the media that is contrary to Philippine culture, that is contrary to the Filipino identity, and other Filipino aspirations.
Hearing that, Mr. Chair, dahil ang DTI pala wala namang ma-present sa atin na data, kasi kung meron din naman, kaming mga merong doubts, no, dun sa lifting ng restriction sa Constitution, baka magdalawang isip pa. Pero Mr. Chair, kung gano'n naman pala, kasi arguments for the lifting of the restrictions, ang binabanggit ay we have to listen to the foreign investors. Pero I can feel na merong mga foreign investors na kating-kating ang pumasok doon sa advertising industry kapag na-lift nga yung restrictions. Pag ganun, that weakens the case, no, for this particular revision sa ating konstitusyon, Mr. Chair. Pangalawa, tanong ko po sa DTI kasi na-mention ni Mr. Araral, ang isang resource person natin, na ang hinahanap ng mga foreign investors ay competitive wages. So pag sinabi ba nating competitive wages, bahagi ba sa perspective ng mga foreign investors ay kung saan sila makakatipid? Am I correct?
Mr. Chair, when it comes to competitive wages, it's not just low wages. The investors actually consider productivity. There are a lot of other considerations when it comes to labor, availability of skilled workers. Then you have productivity, and then aside from that, actually the level of English speaking skills also matter. So it's not just low wages. Actually, the Philippines has a comparatively higher wages than other countries. Kasi we bank on our other human resource, and the quality of our human resource.
So, Mr. Chair, if ever na halimbawa magkakaroon ng wage hike, ano po ang magiging effect nun? Anong mensaheng isasend dun sa ating mga potential foreign investors? Would that attract them or would that somehow scare them? Yes.
DTI.
Mr. Chair, wage increases when coupled with productivity and what I mentioned earlier as the level of skills of our workers. Actually, ito yung isa sa sinasabi nating competitive edge ng Philippines. We believe in the Filipino skills. So it's possibly for other businessmen, siguro may impact yung nagre-raise ng wages, but not really kasi yung mga ganyang mga paradigm medyo in the 80s pa yan, mga ganyan na 90s na laging wages lang Iba na ngayon, ang laki na ng ang laki na ng factor ng skills level, at for the end time, yung level ng skills ng Pilipino, isa ito sa competitive edge, at actually kasama lagi ito sa promotion materials ng Board of Investments which is an attached agency of DTI. We are so proud of our Filipino skills, kaya hindi na laging ang promise ay mababang hindi na ang promise to the investors is the low-level wages. The promise is you have competitive Filipino workers here who can speak English, who can actually have a history of being productive and being easy to teach or to train.
Okay, thank you for that clarification, Mr. Chair. Pangatlong point po, na-mention ng resource person from DTI na ang pagpapapasok natin ng foreign investments would resolve yung concentration ng, say, economic capital or power doon sa ating elite. Can the resource person from DTI read again that part of their opposition paper?
This is not our, Mr. Chair, just to clarify again what I mentioned earlier before I read this preliminary statement. This is not our official position paper. We are still finalizing it. This is just our preliminary statement. But as requested by the honorable gentleman, I will read that part. Our current economic structure, dominated by concentrated economic elite, has not sufficiently mobilized the necessary capital for risky yet potentially high-yield sectors, particularly in manufacturing and high-tech industries.
Mr. Chair, so nabanggit po yung phrase na like dito sa bansa natin merong concentrated economic elite. Well, on that part of the position of DTI, Mr. Chair, I would agree na merong concentrated economic elite dito sa ating bansa. Can DTI expound on that further? Paano po natin nasabi na merong concentrated economic elite sa Pilipinas?
Mr. Chair, we have been, the Department of Trade and Industry has been promoting our priority industries and sectors, and actually we have been focusing on the innovation and readiness of the preparing of the country for Industry 4.0. And
Mr. Chair, I think my question is not being
I will
directly
come to that,
addressed.
wait, Mr. Chair. We believe that some of the businesses have been in specific industries for the longest time. So we think that it is time for other industries like innovation-related industries. It would need a lot of capital, which we could get from foreign investments. So that's what we meant by it.
Mr. Chair, by economic elite, mga tao po ito, di ba?
Mr. Chair, yes, we think so. Businesses that are concentrated on specific industries, and we are working on opening other industries. So that's what we meant by it.
Mr. Chair, aling mga sectors or industries yung hawak halimbawa nitong concentrated economic elite?
Mr. Chair, I would say we have the rice industry, we have the sugar industry, and these are all industries that have been with the Philippines, with our country for the longest time. And now we need to open up other industries, especially those that would that would spur innovation, that would spur development, not just in the urban areas, but also in the countrysides.
Mr. Chair, kasi may resource persons din na nagbanggit ng paano pwedeng ma-address ng pagpasok ng foreign direct investments yung pagkakaroon natin ng mga oligarchs dito sa bansa. Can the DTI comment on that?
Mr. Chair, as I mentioned earlier, also in our position paper, the opening of the advertising industry in particular, and even the amendments to the Constitution in general, will not really resolve, while pivotal, will not by itself will not resolve the many economic problems of the country. Kaya I actually emphasized earlier that it is insufficient and must be accompanied by efficient governance. And also, we believe that this should be a whole of government approach. So, as I mentioned, specific for DTI, we are focused on recognizing the needs, and then to address the needs of the investors. So, while your question is while the gentleman's question is, will it address the oligarchy, or how the economic structure of the government of the Philippines is actually here, no, it is not enough by itself. It is pivotal, it is crucial that we do that, but then there are other things that we have to do, Mr. Chair.
Mr. Chair, sa concentrated economic elite, kasama ba doon yung, say, yung top 10 richest Filipinos?
Mr. Chair, I think we have we have focused on this particular part of our initial statement. So if you're asking for specifics, I mentioned earlier that this is a general statement, preliminary statement.
Direct to the point yung tanong natin, Mr. Chair. Since part ito ng statement ng resource person natin from DTI at bahagi ito ng mga gusto nating linawin.
Mr. Chair, this is just our preliminary statement. And I think, as I mentioned earlier, this is without prejudice to the submission of our official statement that would be more sector-specific and more detailed. This is what the gentleman seems to be looking for, Mr. Chair.
So, Mr. Chair, it seems that the representative from DTI is evading the question. Kasi if you are sincere dun sa pag-address ng pagkakaroon natin ng isang sistema sa bansa na merong concentrated economic elite, then we should point out kung ano ba talaga yung problem na ina-address natin. Kasi Mr. Chair, if we are saying that foreign direct investments will address this social issue, at ang pagkakaroon ng oligarchs sa ating bansa, then Mr. Chair, I'm wondering kasi very contradicting ang nangyayari. We are so focused dun sa ating konstitusyon and always maraming beses kong napakinggan, Mr. Chair, na it's not the only factor, maraming factors. Pero among those factors, bakit hindi lang ngayon, pero for 30 plus years, ang focus natin ay yung konstitusyon. Hindi yung iba pang mga problema, if you're saying na pwede silang i-resolve in parallel. Mr. Chair, we are zooming in too much dito sa konstitusyon natin. And to say that the protectionist provisions are pro-oligarch, kinikilingan yung mga oligarch. Mr. Chair, ang daming ang mga programa, ang daming mga polisiya na pinapatupad na in fact ay nagpo-protect sa oligarchs. So, I believe, Mr. Chair, it is hypocritical for us to say that economic chacha will address having oligarchs sa ating bansa. When in fact, sa gawa naman ay ang daming ginagawa na nagpoprotekta doon sa at lalo pang nagpapalala ng concentration ng economic power sa iilang elite, Mr. Chair. In fact, sa bansa natin, yung mga mayayaman, lalo lang yung mayaman, kung yun yung pinagtuunan natin ng pansin, in the past 30 years, siguro hindi tayo hantong sa ganitong diskusyon. Kasi na-resolve natin yung mga basics na yun sana yung mag-redistribute ng economic power sa ating bansa at mawawala yung binanggit ng resource person from DTI na meron tayong concentrated economic elite. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Thank you, Congressman Manuel. Majority
Mr. Chair,
Leader.
if I may, for
No,
last
you are not
remarks.
recognized. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chair, may we request DTI to respond?
Okay, then
Yes.
DTI, you'll be responding.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think what was mentioned by the gentleman was not was kind of out of order in this plenary, especially since the topic is about constitutional amendments to the economic provisions of the Constitution. What I mentioned earlier, which I think he may not have understood completely, is that we described what we think is the current economic structure, not that the amendments to the Constitution would address that. We do not believe that this is a magic wand. As I mentioned earlier, the amendments to the economic provisions are just pivotal. It would give a signal to the international investment community that the Philippines is ready for business.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, just short response.
It will not erase or it will not suddenly remove all these centuries old structural problem of the Philippines. It should be a whole package, not just this, diba? There has to be it has to be accompanied by really good governance. So I would really like to say that I take not really offense, but I would like to take on the questioning of the sincerity of DTI to really promote and develop industries when DTI has been doing this all for the longest time. And we've been getting new investors in the Philippines. So that's it, Mr. Chair. I just would like to express that.
Congressman
This
Manuel, you're
plenary.
recognized.
Yeah.
Mr. Chair,
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, short response lang, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead.
Since pa-wind up naman, I won't consume the whole 10 minutes. Mr. Chair, since ngayon lang din naman nakaupo ang representative from DTI, then to enlighten the resource person, bahagi kasi ng discussions talaga natin dito is how will the revisions, no, proposed revisions to the Constitution will affect our whole economy. Kaya crucial ang ganitong conversations. And in fact, at least nanggaling na rin naman po sa resource person natin from DTI, no, while we diverge dun sa usapin ng economic charter change, at least nanggaling po sa kanya na hindi totoo yung pangako ng economic charter change na mawawala yung mga oligarchs na sinasabi at ma-deconcentrate sa iilang economic elite yung economic power na meron ngayon sila. At least po malinaw yon sa ating mga kababayan. Yun lang, Mr. Chair. Salamat.
Thank you. But before anything, Attorney Faustino, although I agree with your point, you may not address any congressman here out of order, and you must have better language than that next time. So I'm warning all our guests to be careful in declaring anyone here out of order. We are the only ones, the chair is the only one who can do that. So may I direct the Secretary General in our records to actually strike off the records her remarks, which is parliamentary. Thank you, Congressman Manuel. Majority Leader.
Mr. Chairman, I now move that we recognize the Honorable Loreto Acheron of the Lone District of General Santos City for his interpellation.
From the majority, Congressman Loreto Acheron from the Lone District of General Santos City is hereby recognized.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Majority Leader. We only have 3 resource persons. I do not know where to propound my questions. But anyway, may I propound my question to Attorney Holarbal? Mr. Chair, may I know first what company or association you represent, Attorney Holarbal?
Mr. Chair, I represent the Ad Standards Council. This is a private organization composed of various industry members that are participants in the advertising industry.
Thank you. Thank you, Attorney Holarbal. My first question is, you confirmed earlier that we are seeing advertising engagement of any kind, goods and services, through online platform or the internet by foreign firms or entities. Do you think relaxing or liberalizing foreign ownership with advertising in the Philippines is still necessary?
Given the technological advancement and changes, Your Honor, it looks like it has become immaterial.
Immaterial?
Yes.
What do you mean by that, Mr.
Meaning to say,
Mr. Chair?
whether or not the equity structure will be changed, either way, the manner of conducting the advertising business and the business models affecting it would still be the same.
So you would not support the proposed amendment on the advertising industry?
We support, if it is necessary to spur economic growth, Your Honor, we support changes in the limitations. For example, it is 70-30 now. If it is necessary for economic growth to make this 60-40 or 51-49, the advertising industry or the Ad Standards Council is agnostic towards that, Your Honor.
Okay. Anyway, what do you see as the immediate advantage and benefit to our local advertising industry if we allow more foreign equity ownership on our advertising industry?
Well, it's expected that they will bring in new methods, new technologies, etc., that would improve the local industry. Mean to say advertising industry. It is expected also that there will be a transfer of technology that would improve the skills and capability of our local industry workers or talents. So these are the expectations, Your Honor.
Thank you, Attorney Hularbal. May I ask DTI if, are you ready now? Because you said earlier you're not. Attorney Faustino? I'd like to know if you have in your office data or statistics showing that we do not have here in the country top-rate advertising firms because of our constitutional restrictions on ownership of the advertising industry. Do you have?
Mr. Chair, at this time po, I do not have the data, but I can check with our Board of Investments because they're the office in charge with promotion and industry development.
So you said you don't have as of
The
this
exact
time, but
numbers
you must
po,
have it in
yes.
your office, right?
Yes, at this time po, even you mentioned po if I have the names of Mr. Chair, you also mentioned if I have the names of the companies, I can check po.
So you have it in your office. If there is such a data, to your assessment, Attorney Faustino, do they, to your mind, indicate that the proposed amendment relating to advertising industry is the appropriate remedy or answer to this inadequacy of foreign ownership in advertising industry? What is your thinking on that?
Sir, Mr. Chair, can you repeat the question po?
I said that if you have such data in your office, and if you have read it, do they indicate that the proposed amendment that we are tackling now, relating to liberalizing foreign equity ownership on advertising industry, would be an answer to this inadequacy, apparent inadequacy in foreign ownership in advertising industry?
Mr. Chair, I will check po. I'm not sure if we really have the data. I will check po with the office, with the agency in charge with this, which is the Board of Investments. Actually po, our support for the amendment to the advertising industry is actually anchored on the low level of investment inflows when it comes to the sector of advertising, which is under the professional service, under the professional, scientific, and technical activities. Compared po with other sectors, actually, ang baba po kasi ng net investment inflows sa sector na ito.
So you are saying that your support is not on the increasing the equity ownership of foreign investor in the advertising industry? Is that what you are saying?
What I'm saying po, Mr. Chair, is that we support the proposed amendments to
Okay.
the advertising industry.
In the matter of
To the
increasing the
provision.
equity ownership of foreign investor? Is that what you are saying?
Mr. Chair, I think when it comes to the RBH number 7, the proposed provision only mentioned the addition of some words and not exactly on how many percentage to increase or to open up, Mr. Chair.
Okay, whatever it is that you are saying. Can we go back to Attorney Hularbal? In your assessment, Attorney Hularbal, is there certainty that once this proposed amendment on equity ownership of advertising industry, once this is like approved, will foreign investors, to your mind, and capitalists on advertising industry will come rushing in?
Mr. Chair, frankly, in my opinion, uh, it will not substantially improve foreign investment in the advertising industry, mainly because the advertising industry, particularly the creative and media agencies, are borderless already. The entry barrier also, capital investment barrier for advertising industry is not that extensive because it is more of creative. So my opinion is there will not be significant or substantial capital inflow from the advertising industry. In fact, the business models now are more similar to transfer pricing. The services are rendered abroad, part of the income is remitted abroad without changing the equity structure. So I have serious doubts, Your Honor, given my observation of the advertising industry. I have serious doubt that there will be substantial capital inflow.
But still, you will agree with me, Mr. Chair, that many will still be coming in to, settle here if the proposed amendment on increasing the equity ownership of foreign advertiser will be approved?
Yes, I
Okay.
agree, Mr. Chair.
Okay. So, Attorney Hularbal, I'd like to solicit your thoughts on this. Given the views of other people that what deters or discourages foreign investors from coming in are the bureaucratic red tape and corruption, inadequate and unreliable infrastructure and policy inconsistency rather than the restrictive economic provisions of the Constitution, do you not think we should double and strengthen our government efforts to address these issues? Otherwise, the constitutional amendment on foreign equity restrictions will be rendered useless and meaningless?
Yes, Mr. Chair. In fact, red tape is a hindrance that we in the advertising industry also notice. In fact, we have resorted to self-regulation so that we can limit government participation. And we have also made tie-ups with government agencies such as the FDA, DTI for that matter, to recognize our process of self-regulation in order to cut down on red tape. For example, if we were to follow FDA procedures, it will take months for the FDA to approve an advertising material, which takes less than a day in the Advertising Standards Council. So there are definitely red tapes that needs to be removed and processes that needs to be improved to encourage foreign participation in our advertising industry.
Thank you. I'd like to ask Attorney Faustino of the DTI, are you aware that our country is blessed with large, skilled, creative, and educated workforce or skilled workers? Are you aware of that on the part of the DTI?
Mr. Chair, kindly repeat what kind of workers?
Let me just repeat. Our country is blessed with large, skilled, creative, and educated workforce with close familiarity with Western culture and proficiency in the English language. Do you think that liberalization of the advertising industry will lead to the abatement or stoppage of outflow of skilled workers?
Basically, Mr. Chair, outflows of skilled worker, if I may clarify, Mr. Chair, you meant outflows of, if the liberalization of the advertising industry may address,
Yes, yes.
will address the migration of skilled workers?
Yes, yes.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Basically, Mr. Chair, I am of the view that these our skilled workers are going out of the country due to lack of opportunity, better lack of opportunities, and then you also have better opportunities abroad. Then I would say that the opening, maybe not just of the in the advertising industry, but in other restricted sectors as well, may provide those opportunities that may be lacking right now and present in other countries. So it may be a factor po, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Attorney Faustino. Mr. Chair, don't have further questions. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, resource speakers.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we suspend consideration of the resolution of both houses number 7.
There's a motion to suspend consideration of resolution of both houses number 7. Any objection? Hearing none.
Motion is carried.
Motion is carried. Next, floor leader.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend this committee of the whole to pave way for the session. But before acting on the motion, Mr. Chair, may we inform all our resource persons as well as members of this House that we will be immediately resuming the hearing of this committee approximately around 4:30 in the afternoon.
Approximately.
Approximately 14 in the afternoon. With that, Mr. Chair, I move that we suspend this committee of the whole.
There's a motion to suspend this hearing of the committee of the whole. An objection? Hearing none, motion is carried. Hearing is suspended. We are already on our